Hey, howdy ho, Lions fans. Welcome to the Detroit Lions podcast. This is the 8th annual NFL draft party, Detroit Lions style. I am your dashing host, Chris, and with me are my good friends and co-hosts, Ash and Michael. Boys, how are you doing today?
Gentlemen,
having a good day. Finally over.
I didn't get to bed till 3 a.m., partially because I was excited about the draft, partially because I had insomnia, partially because I like to be self-destructive, and my behavior always is to my own detriment. So here we go. We'll see more of the personal detriment stuff. I'll get to the annual yearly opening Jaeger bomb in just a minute, but let's get this started. We got a draft to cover. We will cover every round. We will have any interviews from the Lions of players that are drafted. We'll have the calls from chairman, chief of the board, Roger Goodell, most hated man in the NFL. And we've got a lot of commentary, a lot to talk about. And I've also got our final mock draft that we can review how incorrect we were, and we can hold ourselves accountable for our own.
We get to set all the mocks on fire. We can set all the mocks on fire. Mock draft season's over, bro.
It's about time.
We're done. We made it.
All right. Well, I'm kind of ready to get going. Are you guys ready? Riz, Riz, I don't know where Riz is at. He's probably somewhere drunk. Michael, Ash, you guys ready to go?
Let's get it on, brother.
Let's kick this off and break it down.
All right. Oh, it feels good. It feels good. It feels good. It feels good. We're here. We got Ash. We got Michael. This is going to be fun. I love this show every year, and I take the next day off of work because I know what I'm going to do to myself.
I wish I'd have thought of
that. Yeah. It's
contractual obligations.
Well, see, now this is the thing. Now I got asked to do this, and I'm like, yeah, sure, we'll do it. Then the next thing I know, an hour or so ago, I'm seeing tweets about Jägermeister being delivered and other things. Like, wait, what? what happened? what? I didn't. Is there any headed here? I mean, I thought I was being all smart by wearing, the black hat, trying to lean into that villain energy. But
no, that's good. We've got it from a couple different angles. I generally start. This is my favorite stone brewing glass. I've had it for ages. It's kind of worn out, but it's a English pub glass, and so I start with
Escondido. Represent.
Oh God, did the tour there. I used to go. I'm actually friends with Mitch Steele, the guy who used to be the brewmaster there. I used to brew a lot of beer and got to know some people. So we start with that much in the glass, and then we'll throw some Monster on top, and we'll open the show with our annual Jaeger bomb.
What was that?
Extraordinary.
That can't be good.
Oh, it's delicious. This is the lubrication we need as Lions fans. There you go. That's how a Jaeger bomb is supposed to look, right?
I felt guilty about going and grabbing myself a glass of Michter's because I was getting made fun of in the Slack. They're like, "What are you drinking, Gray?" And I said, passion fruit flavored LaCroix. How about you? And then I got laughed out of the room. So,
all right. Well, gentlemen, as we get started, I will throw up a toast to the Lions, to Brad Holmes, to Dan Campbell, to the 2023 Detroit Lions draft picks, and both of you and everyone listen. Cheers. Let's get this.
Cheers.
Mostly us, though. Mm-hmm. Cheers. Mm.
I got to say real quick before we get into the throws of this thing that I could not be happier that Ash looks and sounds exactly like I thought he would, because up until today, I knew him as nothing but an avatar in the Slack. And it's one of those things, like 25 years of doing radio, you paint mental pictures of people based on how they talk. That's the dude I imagined right there.
Well,
I'm happy about that. It makes me happy.
You'll be sad to know there has never been a single day where I looked like this until today.
Just the fact that you're Western Canadian actually made a lot of sense. I'm like, oh, there it is. It's that constant eye-rolling sense of disappointment in everyone's silliness. I'm like, yeah, that's a Canadian right there.
Yep.
No, Pat D, we're not drinking for dollars yet. This is freebie for you guys. This is the free stuff. And Mike, this is great. Great point. No spoilers.
And by the way,
comments.
I'm not drinking for dollars with Michter's because I won't be here by pick 20.
We got Goodell up on the stage. Let's just see what he's going to say.
To Kansas City and the 2023 NFL Draft.
He sounds drunk already. He always sounds drunk during the draft. I don't know if you guys.
First time since we took the draft,
I would be if I was him.
we get to celebrate the draft in the Super Bowl winning city with fans
31 times.
of all 32 teams and the Chiefs Kingdom. As you can see, I have some friends on stage with me that you might recognize. They are Kansas City natives. And
All right, so he's getting ready to kick the thing off. We'll let him ramble on and get booed and try to create the aura that is Roger Goodell. But
how much of the pre-draft show did you watch? How much of the last hour or so?
I had
Have
it
you
on,
had it on
in the background, and I watched here and there. I watched it. I had the audio going, but I was doing a lot of setup to get ready for
There's been a lot of Lions fans featured. There are a lot of close-ups, a lot of B-roll footage. They're hanging out with Detroit fans this year, and that's new, man.
Yeah.
Going to commercial every time. They found some Honolulu blue and silver in that crowd, and not for nothing.
You can see it. There's a lot of it there, like in that crowd. Just when they do the crowd shots, there's like big sections.
Yeah.
Yep.
I can tell you next year we will be on Radio Row doing our show. Maybe the same guys. It's get your tickets now. We'll be on Radio Row for the week of the party and the draft. So we'll do our thing. And Michael.
And again, a bat mitzvah just broke out behind Chris.
I love the 3D, like the depth that it creates. I love that look. Flounder, thank you, sir. Started with style. $20 on the super chat. We got it. We got it going on. Wow. They're bringing out the Super Bowl trophy. But thank you, Flounder, for the super chat. Appreciate you for supporting the show.
That's what the NFL needed, was one more time to acknowledge Patrick Mahomes. I'm so glad that they gave that guy his due finally.
Yeah, he's really been suffering at the hand of the
just
media.
Ignored.
Yeah.
Underappreciated, truly.
Yep. His ankles can't carry all the time.
Easy.
He's all the
Easy.
air time.
Settle.
Travis
man.
Kelce's going to talk about how everybody counted them out.
We got
yeah, right.
Gray, just
A true underdog story.
Just channel those WBBL days your liver will remember. That's from Jeff.
I'd like to tell you that it began and ended at BBL, but sir, I've been all over the country since, and I took that habit with me.
Ash, good love here from Eric on the Draftmas podcast. Appreciate that. That's great. I love it's a yearly thing that Ash does. He brings Draftmas to us. He is Draftmas Claus, and every year it's I love it. It's such a fun event.
Yes,
and Ash's
Draftmas
personality. Yeah. It's your personality shines. I love it. I want to hit really quick, see what we got here.
the Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
There we go.
All right.
We now start the
big
draft. Couple rules for our listeners. Let me really kick this off.
Go ahead. All right.
Everything
We got
happens in
rules.
this world at a different time, even though it happens at the same time. Meaning streams, different speeds. Some people are there. There's the leaks. There's all that. We're going to hold off on making any claims or announcements about who's been picked in the draft until we put Goodell on to say the words. So we don't want to, if you see early Michael Ash in the chat, please keep it to yourself. And we're going to try to keep a nice, even kind of flow to this so that we have we're going to try to be our spot in time and block out all the rest of the noise. So that's the only rules. We'll do what we can.
I once almost had all television, broadcast, and digital media thrown from a team facility because I did not realize that the NFL worked on a closed circuit with their picks and had a tweet go viral because I called the Seahawks pick about 20 minutes before they made it. I'm like, oh, they took so-and-so because I was reading the wrong screen and got everybody hauled out of the room. I was like, oh. So, yeah, I won't ever do that again. Ever.
Oh, yeah, a lot of love. You didn't miss, Mike Hodges asked if you missed the podcast. It's audio only. You can check that out. It's available. Yep. It's worth it even after the fact because Ash's personality, like I said, shines through. I have to say thank you to
all of the
Frosty really quick for the super chat. Thank you. I am ready to be whelmed. And we are the whelmiest that you'll ever whelm. And Jeffrey and Tina Canine. Tina! Can't think of a better place to be here than for the draft. Oh, yeah. Tina says hi. Hi, Tina. How you doing? All right.
How you doing?
Yeah. Tina and Jeff came to the the training camp party last year. He brought us a really sweet cigar for me, but still, Tina, how you doing? Inside joke. All right, there we go. We'll welcome you up, Frosty. Carolina War Room looks stuffy and corporate. Yes, they've already picked. What are they going to do?
Well, all of the highlights on ESPN are of Bryce Young. So if they pick someone else, they're going to look silly.
Yeah.
It's just nothing but him hoisting the Heisman and throwing touchdowns.
Sorry, Michael, I'm stuck in time and temperature here. Great question, Full Metal Savage. What time is my draft clock? For those that want to kind of sign their or link their TVs to where we are at time, I'll give you the 7:10 mark here in 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, 7:10 left in the Carolina pick. There you go. So that's the difference. You can do the math. Matthew Addison, thank you for the super chat, my brother. Love listening to the show. Headed up from Tennessee to the draft next year. Hope to meet you all. Would love to meet you, Matthew. And thank you for listening. Would love to get some feedback. We've added Michael. We've got Scott. We've got so many people putting out content here in the draft season. It's going to continue well past the draft into next year. We've got some amazing things that planned for the ongoing life and excitement of the YouTube channel. Would love to get your feedback. We run off of that. So if, as you guys find stuff, let us know, please. And if that's the fire department coming to your house, please make sure you're safe.
Yeah. Which one of us is in flames? Is it me?
That's me. I guess I'll shut this window here.
I was going to say, I know it's not me because the fire department can't get to my house. Not with a truck.
Forgot I live downtown in a metropolitan area. I should probably have all that closed.
Loretto, thank you for the super chat. Did you make any bets? Yeah, I've actually got a couple of bets sitting here. I made them in a flurry 2 weeks ago when I was in Michigan. Some of them I didn't really even think about. I was bracketing myself at one point, and then I went off the reservation.
Always the best kind of bet to make.
I may have been drinking. I wanted to make it as close to Vegas as possible, so we'll see.
Story checks out.
I did 2 out of 3 wins on my MMA bets that week, so I couldn't have been that. I could have been that stupid. I could have just been lucky, but whatever. All right, 5:35 left. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Real quick, we got to say hi to our friends in the UK. I was getting hit on Twitter from people that were going to be watching this in Scotland. Wanted to know, and because I made the joke on Twitter, Central European summertime, this time Eastern, this time Mountain, and then apparently there's something called Central European summertime. I actually looked that up. And then, so Garth Westland was born in Scotland, is living in Scotland, but was raised in Detroit. And he said he was going to be checking it out. So
nice.
I don't know what time it is there. 2 a.m, Garth, something like that.
We got Gary Luke also, who's running around from Ireland. So I mean, the contingent overseas is pretty big. It's really good.
That's pretty neat.
Let's see. I love you guys. Thank you for all the content. You want feedback in your new editions? Your show was the only successful patient to use X tense. The Mike the Fish is really missed. We've got Gary Luke is right on point. Yeah, he's awesome. Loving the new staff. These 10-minute quick clips have been awesome addition to the podcast. Mike needs to share hair care product advice and thoughts.
Why doesn't anyone ask me for hair care products?
It's sweater. You are the sweater. The sweater guy.
That's true. I'm the cardigan guy. Gotta stay in my lane.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, what's that? I got to get the backstory on that. What's that about?
We'll get to that.
Yeah, we're raising money. Yeah,
go ahead.
That sounds like a after pick 18 kind of story. Thank you very much for the love, Alex. It's great. It has been extra work, but and I know there's some things that have changed on the feed for the stuff, but it's helped us to be able to put out all this content, and our goal is to bury you in content no matter what time of year it is, so that you get intelligent, thoughtful, not clickbaity, honest content. And when we have opinions, we'll tell you our opinions. When our opinions change, the pick is in, by the way, for Carolina right now. When those change, we'll let you know. When we're wrong, we'll let you know. We won't just flip on a dime and act like the past didn't happen. Tampa Bay, Detroit Lion. Tampa, Detroit Lion. Thank you, sir. Who is the Smoke Monday in this draft? Ash, I'm going to watch for the pick when that gets announced. If you want to talk about who Smoke Monday is, the floor is yours, sir.
I'm trying to remember off the top of my head who Smoke Monday is, embarrassingly.
Michael, you are on the clock.
Oh wait, you stumped the chef.
What are we doing here?
Well, luckily I have my phone. So Smoke Monday, safety for the New Orleans Saints, played at Auburn. Why do they call him Smoke Monday? I have no idea.
Something happened.
That's his name, but like, why do we? Yeah, I'm just trying to remember like any relevant thing about him.
I have to remember it's probably like a Laramie Tunsil thing. Either he was an absolute crash and burn after he was picked, or had all kinds of red flags before, or on the draft day he had a gas mask. I would love to get one of those gas masks, by the way. Just the address is on the website for anyone who wants All right.
We've only been on for not yet one pick, and you've already copped to drunk and gambling, and you're working on your first half gallon of Jägermeister. I don't think you need the gas mask. You're good.
Welcome to Florida. And one of those incredible, violent, troublemaking players. That's wonderful. Yes, Jake, we will. I'm going to turn this into a podcast this year. I will take the audio this time and put it out there.
Oh my God.
Yeah. We didn't used to.
4 hours.
I know. We didn't used to. Here comes Goodell. Let's get the pick before I commit to something completely idiotic again.
With the first pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama.
Okay.
There you go. Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama. Let's talk about some of those stats.
Look at you with the preparation and the screen work.
Oh, hey.
This is almost a professional outfit here. No, we know better than that. Combine, he did a 40. No, he didn't do a 40. 5'10", 204. This is that thing that we talked about with him. And Michael, I believe it was you that brought it up. He's small.
Yeah,
our
not
power
short.
Just went out. Oh no,
there's a difference.
Oh God, thank God I have a UPS. I'll fix that. I've got a series of UPSs. We'll be okay. Okay, I'll fix that in here in a second.
I was actually kind of hoping for something more compromising, actually behind you rather than the green screen, but it's just a shelf.
I think the power is actually out, like right now, and this is all running off the UPS. Oh no, guys, we almost lost power. It's back. Okay, cool. Woo, that's crazy. Who thinks
shortest draft show ever?
Who thinks you're going to lose power during the most important show of the year? Please hit the super chat. Help us pay the bill. All right. Let's see. One thing here.
You too can help a starving podcast host.
Oh man. Okay. So 5'10", 204. Michael, talk about. Just making sure I'm not breaking anything here. He's small, but not short, right? And that's really the situation with him.
He's short too. I mean, but this dude is small. He's a small framed guy. He's not just an outlier for this draft. Size wise, he's an outlier in the history of the draft as far as guys taken. And he's got all the skills. I have zero issue with his acumen, his ability. All of the things that you want in a quarterback are there, except if he gets hit by a stiff breeze, he's going to be on IR. And he's going to have to dodge guys every single week that are, I mean, you don't wish it on anybody. You never want this to happen. But it's hard for me to imagine a career for him where he's not broken a lot.
Yeah.
You know, I go back to Lions running back Kevin Smith. I got to meet him in one of the training camps I was in Allen Park, and I love the guy. Love the guy as a player. But the first time I saw him, man, his waist might have been 26 inches. I mean, he just had a small frame. And I've worked with guys over the years. You know, Brock Heward was the most recent one. He and I on paper are the same guy, 6'3", and at the time 225. And like my hand was. He had another 3 inches on every finger. He was just like in every dimension. He was bigger. His shoulders were wide. He was just bigger framed than me. On paper, we're the same. You know, in reality, we're not at all. And, you know, this kid's got by all rights, all the skills, a great attitude, a wonderful citizen. You hope that he does great things. But, man, I mean, look at him standing next to Susie Colbert. For God's sakes, he's not big enough.
She's going to sack him.
Yep.
Every time she interviews a player, it looks like father-daughter dance night because she's tiny.
Really quick, want to get to Emory Hunt's quote on Bryce Young. Quick, compact delivery that maximizes velocity, shows that he's able to target the ball anywhere on the field. Emory will be the quoter, our draft nick for every pick here today. And you should check
pick
out
is in on the Texans, boys.
Yeah, you're ahead.
No trade.
All right, here you go.
If my internet is ahead of yours, I will never stop making fun of you. Do you understand how far out in the middle of nowhere I am?
It's not the internet. Are you watching on ESPN? Let me ask that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. ESPN's ahead of the NFL Network. I'm going to make the switch real quick here.
Oh.
They do that sometimes.
Well, that just means I only mentioned that the pick is in because that means the Texans didn't trade it.
Yeah.
For all of the chatter about two.
What's on?
No,
are you on ABC or ESPN?
I'm on ESPN.
We'll do this. Okay. All right, we're good. We're back.
You're the brains of the outfit. You gotta
be careful what you what you claim.
If you can't find it, I'm just watching ESPN. They're claiming it. I'm just the reporter, sir. The humble journalist.
NFL Net has finally popped that up on the screen too.
Oh God. Okay.
Pick is definitely in.
ABC is not the place to be. I'm not feeling that. It's not good. Oh God, ESPN.
Do they not have ESPN in Florida?
Did
DeSantis ban it because it's owned by Disney?
For some reason, it's not working. Back to the NFL Network. Holy shite! You know what? I didn't make him the king. I'll tell you that. The NFL Network isn't working either. Come on now, don't give me this hush.
I mean, between your power outages and your bad cable, Chris, you're setting a bad example for the class.
I have fiber.
Yeah, this is not going well.
Don't even give me that. I have the fiber. I have so much fiber. Never mind. My happiness cannot be. Okay, I'm going to just completely restart that whole thing. Okay, let me know when the pick is actually mentioned. We may miss this second pick in the.
It's you and me, Ash. We're flying the plane.
Nothing more terrifying than that. Goodell's coming up to the podium right now.
Oh my God!
All right, this is the one. This is a pivotal pick for the Lions.
I hate.
You need us to tell you who it was, Chris?
Yes, I do. I'm still waiting.
It was
C.J. Stroud.
Gone.
Ooh. So Will Anderson slips past the Texans. Intrigue.
Wow.
Yeah. All right.
Or wait, I heard something. I had something for this. Spicy. That was my favorite part of the draft miss thing. It was the only draft preview I heard that had a lot of that, like it puts the lotion on its skin vibe to it. Like, what just happened there?
Glad to see that I got the vibe I was shooting for.
Okay.
That one's not going on the teacher resume.
All right. CJ Stroud. Another not going to run in the combine. Probably the lowest reaction time of anybody in the NFL with his S2 score. It's shameful. How the hell he ever got picked is he should have fallen off the draft board altogether. I have a feeling we're going to find out that the S2 scores were either the leak was a complete lie, which has been mentioned by those
That's what
S2
they said.
people. Yeah,
like they said
that's what
the 5 that had been leaked were wrong.
That's what they said. So we're going to find out that they're being honest, because they would say that even if it wasn't true, because they can't have their tests completely blown apart by outing players for not being quality players. So there's that piece of it. We'll also find out, there it is. Maybe it isn't that it's a standardized test that isn't valid. We'll learn a lot about what things mean with it. So
like almost all standardized testing, it is not valid.
What the fuck is going on YouTube TV? Why do you suck? Why Why does YouTube TV suck, and why do I want to punch them in the face? All right, I have another
All
option
I know is
here.
whenever I move to Florida, I am continuing to pay for all of my Canadian services and just getting a VPN.
Yeah, you're going to be paying for medical too, pal.
It's your
Sadly,
fault
yes.
because you told me ESPN was faster. Error code 4. I have no idea why ESPN would break. I can see the stream. It doesn't work on anything. Let me see if it works on the regular TV. Holy shite.
You're gonna have to get out like the antenna and the rabbit ears. I mean, what are we doing?
I might be working from you guys telling me who's picked when.
The Cardinals are on the
Switch
clock.
off
They
the
got 4
headphones and
minutes to
just
go.
Use a speaker.
It's
Old school where I take the mic and push it up against my computer speaker so you can hear it.
You just hold my phone to the mic. You do it that way.
You know what I could do is actually I could just go to this is, and I'm just gonna straight up say it. This is the way the reality of the world. If YouTube TV can't deliver it and you can't get it on, here it is. It works on the regular TV. What you do, you go to the cheat stream, you steal it. F them. If they can't deliver a product, you go steal it and be done with it. That's where I'm at. I don't even care. Piracy,
particularly if you're already paying for it.
Yeah.
Don't care.
Okay,
Yep.
So 3 minutes and 14 seconds left when I watch this. I rebooted the laptop, so this is a streaming problem.
Chris has now rejoined the draft, already in progress.
Okay, I am gonna do this. There's a million ways to do it. I don't care. I don't care about them and their licensing
If
rights.
we're trading up, this is supposedly the spot. You know what I mean? Like
right.
That's the one Lions related thing we could actually talk about here.
Well, and the Cardinals have wanted they want anything and everything because they need everything from ownership on down. Yep. They need a new everything. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Tennessee try to jump up here. The Lions could jump up here. If they get all the way to the end of this 2.5 minute clock and they pick a pick, that's only mildly surprising.
Yeah. That means they failed. Because, I mean, even just like a seventh from Indy to move back one or something like that, assuming Indy wants a quarterback.
Okay, we've got it. I have to thank. Okay, sorry. Thank you everybody for bearing with me. I've got our audio back, and F the paid services. This is why piracy in the 7 Seas is the way to go. Fly the flag.
This is what people want in podcast form the day after. It's just Chris chasing ghosts around his office for 10 minutes.
Yep. That's right. To all of you listening to that, we are so sorry.
I'm seeing that.
Right. Saved by a clever edit.
All right, 2 minutes left.
So they're
on the Arizona.
They're running
Cardinals.
this clock down. They're trying to get a trade. They're trying to get a trade, right?
Yep. Smells.
Their worst case scenario here is actually picking anybody.
Yeah, I'll be bummed if it's just Indianapolis though. If they just bump up one, if they flippy flop, I'll be.
The real question is, what are they asking for this trade?
Oh, NFL Net's announcing a trade.
Well, okay, they were successful. My question.
There you go.
What are they going to ask for this? And if nobody's going to trade with them, or are they going to get fleeced because they're so hungry for it?
Is my NFL Network feed ahead of you guys?
I'm at 1:24 left.
Yeah, okay. Well, in about 30 seconds, something real interesting is going to happen. I won't go into details because I don't want to spoil.
This isn't how we talked about it, Ash.
We just told everybody.
Because when you gave me a time, we were right in sync. But I guess with the piracy,
I'll be damned.
You know, this is
the Texans double is in play.
The Texans.
I did not.
Oh, I heard about this today.
See, that's just it. The people were talking about this happening. I'm like, come on, they're not going to pick 2 and 3, but they're going to go ahead. Like now they're going to get right.
You know, just
now they're going to get Will Anderson.
Yep, that breaks everything.
That messes with everything.
Nobody can ever make fun of Nick Caserio again if they just did the thing.
Baloney. People can make fun of Nick Caserio again.
Boy, and you've got people like Shams Charania, that guy, the basketball insider, tweeting out a minute ago, the Cardinals have selected Will Anderson. Well, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. So, whoops.
Yeah.
I've restarted this computer. I hate my life, and I hate YouTube TV. This is.
I feel like I gotta say, this is the most entertaining thing about the podcast for me is watching Chris struggle with the tech side of things.
This is stuff like this has worked under 100%. Never ever had this failure ever. Okay, here we are live. Oh, the power fucking goes out. What? Oh, by the way, YouTube TV doesn't work. Like, okay, well, let's use the stream. Okay, yeah, sure. You're 5 minutes behind. Like, yeah.
Yep. Well, it is only 30 seconds, so I only have to be able to contain my physical facial reaction. Hopefully the sunglasses will help with that just a little bit.
Okay, we got this. Thank you, everybody. I'm going to get back into this. Yeah. We've got you covered. Okay, Texans pick is in. Have you guys seen the pick yet? You can feel free to announce when it comes
I'm just
up.
looking at the terms.
Okay.
I got the pick in about 5 seconds.
Okay.
It is Will Anderson.
Of course it is.
Will Anderson. Oh, wait. Here, don't say anything. Yeah. I think I've got it.
I said nothing. Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong.
And there it is. Will Anderson.
Yes, Canada feed.
To the Texans.
Shh. We got it coming.
Real quick, the terms of that trade.
Yep.
The Arizona Cardinals traded the 3 and the 105 for 12 and 33 this year, a 2024 1 and a 2024 3. So they got a first and a third next year to move back, plus a second rounder this year. And they moved from 3 to 12. The Cardinals needed that. They needed all that.
And that's what I was looking at. It smells like, I don't have the draft chart in front of me, but it smells like a real fleece job. They were so hungry to get out of that spot that they didn't make any smartness with that. They didn't do anything smart with there.
Well, the good news is, I mean,
go ahead.
The bad news is Will Anderson won't be a Lion. The good news is he's in the AFC South, so we will see him rarely and never in a championship game because he's playing for the Texans. So we're fine.
Yep. All right, Will Anderson.
Players 1 and 3 just went to the Texans, if I remember my list correctly.
Yeah,
not a bad day at 2 and 3.
Yep.
There was a lot of talk about.
That's a lot of high end talent.
All right.
Now, what do the Colts do? They go Levis or Levi's, as the misspellings in the Slack would have you believe.
Yeah, autocorrect just has me praying that is not one of our picks.
Right. I don't want any more jeans.
Yep.
Huh.
What are we
I don't know
Sets
what
up
the Colts do here. Like, I'm hoping they do something I don't want us to do. So, like, Levis would be great. AR-15 would be great. If they could take Jalen Carter, that'd be cool. If they want to take Tyree Wilson,
they're going
AR-15 down for that.
They're going AR-15.
Well, and that's the thing. They have to go quarterback.
Probably do. Yeah, like, I can't imagine a world where not going quarterback with this pick for the Colts is a good idea.
No.
That doesn't mean the Colts will do it.
That is absolutely true. Just because it's smart. In fact, the fact that it's smart means they could take, Dalton Kincaid. Like, they could shock the world. Go tight end.
We got on the draft chart, it's 347 plus 180 equals 527 plus next year is what they traded. So there you go.
I mean, with that said, the Texans suck and need everything too. So, I mean, if you look at it that way, was that actually good for them? Like, they got 2 of the best players in the draft without a shadow of a doubt. But, like, what's the value there? I guess they're testing Wisco's dude theory. That basically you just need 5 really awesome guys, and then you can just kind of run with whatever else is available.
Well, and the other thing that's in play with the Texans is the whole new management crew. Casario is kind of hanging by a thread. D'Amico Ryans might have just said, like, okay, if you're taking C.J. Stroud at 2, you're trading up and you're getting me something, anything. I don't care what to get to Will Anderson because I need a guy. I need somebody on that defense.
But the thing with that, too, is your guy who's making these selections is the guy who might not be there. Like, D'Amico Ryans is going to be there for all of these picks that they don't get to take now. You know what I mean? Like it's why I hate trading up high in the draft, is because the cost is so astronomically high. Like, you lose 4 players to get 1. So if you then miss on that one, like, say Will Anderson's not actually as good as everybody seemed to think he was 2 months ago.
I got Colts pick is in.
Not great. Colts pick is in.
Yep.
So, assuming the Colts don't pick Jalen Carter, this means the Tyree Wilson, Jalen Carter question gets answered next by Seattle, right?
Yeah.
To say nothing of the Gonzo Spoon conversation.
My sense is that Jalen Carter is going to be a Seattle Seahawk.
Yeah, I would be surprised if that were not the case.
All right. Well, and while we're waiting for the Colts to make their inevitable mistake, why don't we play a round of being Brad Holmes? And if you have Tyree Wilson and you have your choice of one of those corners, which way do you go?
I go Gonzalez myself. Like, I'm one of the few people on earth who doesn't like Tyree Wilson. Like, basically at all. At least like this high. You know what I mean? Like, first round guy, sure. You know what I mean? But he's last off the snap every single snap of every single game I watched, and I watched 5 games. You know what I mean? So I don't feel like I'm coming off half-cocked there. Like, after that moment, what he does is really, really good, but he's not really going to be able to bully an NFL offensive tackle the way he was bullying the Texas Tech opponents. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't see the translatable skill set. So I go best cover guy, and for me, that's Christian Gonzalez. Like, I know Jeff basically hates him and thinks he's the worst player that's going to go in the first round of the draft, but can't say I agree. Colts are coming up on my screen. How about you guys?
ESPN is not good. They stopped doing the thing where the players got the call on the phone, so you knew who was going to be announced, but now they've just started doing exclusive player trying not B-roll footage, so they just had AR on the screen. And so there it is. Anthony Richardson, Indianapolis Colts.
Yep.
I'm hearing this like 45 seconds before you guys, apparently. So
no, I had the split screen YouTube TV.
Well, jump on it, Ash. Tell us what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, really quick, we got a question from Jeffrey and Tina, 15-month members of the channel. Thank you so much. Ash, could you please stroke your beard and say, "Stay thirsty, my friends."
Stay thirsty, my friends.
Well done.
Wow.
That was quality work.
That is for real
stuff.
That is for real stuff.
One does what one can. Gotta love those arts degrees. Anyway.
Stats up before he hugs Goodell. We got his stats on the screen. Okay, we're back in the groove, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
We have Anthony.
Well, yeah, whatever feed Ash is watching, he's already seen the Seattle Seahawks pick, apparently, at Ash's house. So,
and Will Levis is off the board.
Right.
What? Man.
All the talk today. All the talk. Will Levis falling like a brick from what everyone was predicting all of a sudden. Oh, God.
Yeah. That's, like with AR, I know what they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, I understand this pick. Like, I am the resident Anthony Richardson hater too, because I mean, I think if you're going to draft a quarterback in the top 5, he should be able to consistently hit a bubble screen.
Whoa! Your expectations are far, far beyond.
Well, and here's my question about that though: the design of that Florida offense and the receivers involved were so broken. His percentage of throws over 20 yards was so disproportionately high because he was being asked to chuck it that I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing. There's so much about him I don't know. I really wish to God he'd have gone back to school for one more year. He could have been one of those guys that like wins the Heisman, dominates everything, and is the number 1 pick next year.
Yeah, that's the thing. And rumor has it Ohio State wanted him to come. That would have been pretty much.
Well, then I'm glad he went pro. As a Michigan Wolverine fan, I'm happy that he went pro. I don't want to see that mess in Columbus at all.
And with that said, I mean, he went fourth. So this year's number 4 contract versus next year's number 1 contract, he, if he fell into the teens this week or something, that would have been a thing. But he got drafted high enough that, like, go get your bag, son. You know what I mean? Like, that's nicely done, sir.
Well, and as long as he doesn't push the button on DraftKings in the wrong building, he'll be able to keep all that guaranteed money no matter what.
So there was a great question that came up just as everything blew up with the power in the TV feed. Do the Lions absolutely grind the shit out of J-Mo in the preseason and in camp? I mean, do they wear him to the point of almost injuring him? Because they know he's getting 6 weeks off anyway, right?
I don't know about that, but he's got to get all the reps.
Yeah.
He's got to get all the reps. He's the kind of guy I put in
with 100% compatibility with Jamo. You know what I mean? Like, there's no what do you say?
Yeah. Right. No, he's a guy that's going to play 4 quarters in the preseason games. He gets to play with all of the quarterbacks, including the ones that'll be sandwich artists 2 weeks after preseason. Yes. Yeah. Punt return. Get out there. All of it.
Sandwich artists.
You're in the wedge, kid.
Damn,
go.
I feel bad about that. Casey Fitzsimmons lives about 30 miles north of me, and he was actually a wedge breaker. I'm so glad there's no more wedges. It's hearing him talk about that was horrible.
I had to do it in Northern Canadian high school football, so like there were punches thrown in that. I can't even imagine having a 300-pound NFL player as part of the wedge. You know what I mean? Like, that's madness.
Oof.
Yeah.
People talk about the old days, but I remember I sat down and actually watched on YouTube the old NFL Rocks videos, and I was like, they're literally trying to murder each other, and it's being celebrated.
Yep.
Quick question coming up from Flounder. Ricious. Thank you, Flounder, for the super chat. Love you, brother. Does Will Anderson do for the Texans D the same thing that J.J. Watt did when he was added, Ash?
Well, like, they're not going to be running the same scheme that they were running when J.J. Watt was there. Like, that was more of a 4-3 or 3-4 based scheme where he was kind of a 5-tech who also in dime formation kind of kicked out to the edge and went around the corner. If you mean, will he provide spectacular run defense and extremely high-end pass rush? Yes. So, like, in a different scheme, he brings the same things to the table, but he's about 30 pounds light from where Watt was playing most of his career, if I'm a little correct on that. But, like, for his position, he's the same kind of guy at what he does as Watt was at what he did. It's just not exactly the same thing, if that makes sense.
Go Gators. AR-15. Go Gators, brother. All right. I want to ask really quick. I've said Goff is the guy. They haven't picked up the quarterback. I thought Goff was going to be the guy. He's the one they went in on, and they're going to go later for a developmental kind of guy. The only one really left
Brad
on the board.
Holmes likes Jared Goff.
Shh, people don't want to hear
a lot.
The question is,
nobody believes
like
us.
Like the only thing that Brad Holmes loves more than Jared Goff is the word process. That's it. It's the only thing on the list. It's just the word process, Jared Goff, his family. Like, that's it, in that order.
Oh,
Maybe
man.
his family's in there. Yep.
What's my clock? What's my clock at? I've got a 145 clock and a 116 clock. The 145 clock I can share audio with. The 115 clock.
You're good. Okay.
The 110 now.
Okay, so I have to shut up for 30 seconds so you can share the audio.
The earlier clock we can talk about, and then I can have the announcement after the fact. However we want to do it, I'm fine. Whatever.
I'm okay. Waiting.
Any concern that the Seahawks are down to a minute and the pick's not in?
Well, I was thinking that. It's two things. One, are they considering a trade? I mean, you know Carroll better than anybody. Is he just looking for somebody to get stupid with a trade, or is he considering Levis?
Pick's in.
I don't think he'd consider Levis at all. The pick is in, so the trade possibilities must have worked their way out. I imagine the Lions will be taking calls too at 6. They're gonna. This is that spot where all of a sudden, when somebody realizes, okay, 3 quarterbacks went in the top 4, a bunch of dudes have dropped. Now there's a chance to jump up there and grab a guy. That may be it. All the signs pointed to Jalen Carter. Pete Carroll has ultimate faith in his culture and his ability to coach the good stuff out of you, despite the fact that he's even proven wrong on occasion. but he's also, he handled Marshawn Lynch and Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor and Browner, and he brought in Russell Wilson, who immediately upset everyone that had ever played for Seattle. His rookie year. I can tell a great story about that if we get the time.
We'll have some time.
There's a lot of history with him taking guys, and Frank Clark's another one. He'll take a guy with a checkered past if he thinks he's a game wrecker. And when Malik McDowell,
that's the guy.
That one. Well, that guy was fine right up until he bought a 4-wheeler. But
that's the thing. It wasn't like the actual behavior related. He just sucks at driving.
Ben,
right?
Ben,
it's him and Ozzy Osbourne.
Ben Cavella. Here's some money. Get your shit fixed, Chris. Oh my God! Thank you, Ben. I deserve it.
Well done, sir.
Here we go. We got our super fans. Hey, there's Crackman, and the rest of the folks. Let's see.
I like it. We're going to be looking at Mel Kiper's best available with number 2 Will Levis for a while, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Oh, bad.
If there's a guy in the green room that's not going in round 1, it's Will Levis.
Okay. So we're going to have advance notice, but we're going to hold out on announcing it until it comes up and we get Goodell on the stage making the announcement. So he's going to make the announcement, but when you hear it here, that's when we'll talk about it after that. So we'll see what's going on right now. And that's
do you have your audio ready?
I no, we're about 30 seconds behind on the audio that we're going to do. So you just you'll know, but don't say anything. We're going to have people. We're going to
fill time.
Can't react either because this is like this is now.
Yep. Pay no attention to anything I did.
This
anger rising.
Okay, here we go.
I was going to say this blows my mind. We got that audio coming. I would like
to Chris. I'm freaking out here, man.
What in the world?
People in Guantanamo Bay know the pick, Chris. Come on, let's go.
What in the world?
Oh,
what?
Wow.
So we're acknowledging who it is now, or are we still waiting on?
We have to.
We got it.
He's right there in the screen.
Hold up. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Well, hold on. This
blows my mind.
Oh, you guys couldn't hear.
This doesn't make any sense.
You guys couldn't hear Goodell. I'm sorry. Okay, so you can't hear it when Goodell picks when we do this. All right, he did the announcement.
Just do like this or something.
Yeah,
when it goes.
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
Did we talk all over it?
Yeah, you did. It's fine. So let's talk about this because this is friggin' nuts. Because everyone was talking about Witherspoon is no way at 6 for the Lions. Oh my God, it's a reach. Oh my God. Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Now he's gone a pick earlier. Crazy. Number 2, Jalen Carter is available now for a team that wasn't going to take him. He wasn't even going to be a problem for us. He wasn't even going to be on the board for us. It's not even going to be a point of conversation because he's there. Now he's sitting there staring us in the face. This is, I from a PR perspective, this is the worst of all possibilities for the Detroit Lions.
Because if you take him and he's a turd, then there were other guys. If you don't take him and he's not, then, this doesn't make any sense because of the guy. Like, Witherspoon's 5'10", and that is not a Seahawks corner.
No.
Well, I mean, but you put him opposite Tariq Woolen. Yeah, and look, another hallmark of Pete Carroll is building secondary forward. I mean, don't look now. The guy went to 2 Super Bowls with the Legion of Boom, and then just some dudes along the defensive line and an all-timer at middle linebacker. And no slight to Cliff Averill, Michael Bennett, those guys, but yeah, he had those 4 locked down in the back, and wow, man, I did not want to make like Mina Kimes' face this early. Like, oh, what?
Yep. When that came up on the screen, I couldn't not react. This was not a thing I had even considered as a possibility within the timeline.
Floundericious is
So-
in the chat. Absolutely taking calls now. Somebody please call. Who wants Jalen? Somebody wants him. Go away. Pick six. Go away. Pick six. Now, but who wants him? Who do you Philadelphia? Is it Philadelphia that wants to move
the
up?
rumor is Philadelphia was looking to move up to get somebody, and nothing really
They'd
makes
make a lot of
bunch
sense
with their modus operandi except Jalen Carter. Or I
Well,
guess maybe
and
Tyree
here's the thing-
Wilson or an offensive tackle. That's all they ever drafted in the first round. That and wide receiver.
I was-
There's no wide receiver here.
I was going to say their general manager in the 13, 14 years that he's been there has drafted 4 positions in the first round in Philly. Just 4. Quarterback, O-line, D-line, wide receiver. That's it. He doesn't go anywhere
That's
else.
all he will ever draft. Yep.
You know.
And you got to love it.
I don't have to love
Because
it.
he's right.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, Ash, you're not the boss of me. I don't love any of this.
He's the boss of the
That's how most
slack.
of the Slack feels about me, I think.
Just so you know, Mike, he is the boss of the slack. That's the one thing in place he is the boss.
I've witnessed. I made friends with the warden right away. I'm like, yeah, this guy, this one, I like him. Well,
Look, there are
to the
certain
Lord.
things that are wrong with the brains of certain people that just need you to recognize fact as correct.
All right,
And
someone
I am
saying in
one
the
of those
chat.
people.
Someone in the chat.
Wait.
Trade alert.
Trade.
yeah,
I have commercials
that's what
on
I'm
both
hearing.
of my different streams, so I'm going with the chat.
I'm
Trade alert.
seeing a 6-12 move.
Arizona.
If,
Arizona.
AZ.
Oh, please, baby.
There he is.
Ash's mock draft pick ain't so crazy right
They got the Lions. Hey, real quick, the Lions picked up 12 and 34.
Ooh.
So they get a high second,
Oh.
Yes.
and bump down to 12.
Okay, guys,
I
this,
like
this
it.
thing's going to be about 4 hours. I'm going to let you know at the end if this has lasted longer than that because we got to call a doctor. That is awesome because 34 is. I'd rather pick at 34 than 6. 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Holy
Well,
absolutely.
with Witherspoon going, but anybody wanted any questions answered about Jalen Carter, you got your answer.
Yep.
No.
Yeah.
No, they're out on him. They were always out on him.
Yeah, they were out on him in January. Those of
Yep.
us paying attention to things that people said and listening to them, were
Yes.
aware that, like, before that thing even happened, they were already not going to take Jalen Carter. You know?
Well, and here's the thing. Isn't Jalen Carter pretty much the most Arizona Cardinal ever?
Yeah.
Doesn't he make perfect sense there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Doesn't he make
He's also
perfect
the Smoke
sense?
Monday, for
Yeah.
who was asking
Yep.
earlier. Now that I have Googled that and reminded
Right.
myself who that person is.
Wow. Okay, so we have 12, 18, 34. 12. Let's start doing our mock right now while the real thing's going on.
Well, 12, 18, 34,
Is
50.
Bijan in there?
What are the
48.
Bijan Robinson now
58,
in
right?
play? Yeah.
Ooh, yes, he is at 12.
Yeah. At this
Damn
point,
sure.
like, do it. I don't care. We got so many picks. Pick who you want.
Oh my god! And so I think
Positional
I
value.
look at this. Anything a third pick or earlier is a starter, right? That's a starter. You want to land a starter in round 3 or earlier, the first 2 days of the draft. After that, there's guys you're developing. Some of them might start, and that's great. But three and earlier, you want your starters. We've got to. We can argue
What if
it. I don't care.
If it's not Jalen Carter, who do you think Arizona's taking? Because I don't think they're taking Jalen
Tyree.
Carter.
They were rumored to take Tyree for like the last month. That was supposedly their guy who was their like number 1 on their board kind of thing.
What if we
So
get
if I were
Jalen
betting-
Carter with 12?
In my mock, I gave them Christian Gonzalez, so that's my other choice as a possibility.
Well, see,
Because if
this
you wanted
and this
an
is
elite
why we have
corner,
to.
There were 2.
Right. No, absolutely. The other thing is where does Brian Branch factor in? Because he's one of those guys that I'm a lot higher on than most. I feel like he's a guy
He's
that could help
really
that
good
secondary.
player.
Cardinals
Yeah.
pick is in. All right. So
Like,
what
if
I
they
want
wanted
to
another
do
honey
is
badger, that's the guy.
I'm going to announce the pick
Yeah.
from Goodell when it rolls up until YouTube TV gets their shite together. And they stream on TV, but they don't do any on the iPad. Okay, here we go. He's coming up shortly.
I'll stone
I will let
face
you know.
until you say so.
Yeah.
Stun face. I don't even want to look, but I could. This might work out.
I
for us.
got bad news, Ash. Your stone face has got a real Unabomber vibe to it with that beard. Like,
I almost didn't go with this,
His
just
stone
because.
face is
It's-
literally like stoned. All right, we're coming in. We got. I have Goodell coming out on the thing. Here he comes. He's right. That's traded. Paris Johnson Jr. Ohio State is
so.
The pick. There you go.
That's all you've seen
hope.
it now.
Hope for Kyler.
They keep taking guys we don't need. That's the good news.
We're going to be faced with Jalen Carter at 12.
We're
going to be faced with Jalen Carter again at 12. I'm telling you right now.
Yes, we are. And probably also 18. And then probably also pick whatever we just picked up.
Well, and here's the thing. Now, further details on the trade, at least according to Yates, the Lions gave up 6 and 81. They got 12, 34, and 168. So it's not just
I'll take, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No,
that makes more sense.
Are you kidding? 12, 18, 34? Yeah. Give me that all day. Especially once oh really? Just gonna bomb the rest of that right now.
I just had to finish
Settle
off
down.
the monster. I can't leave half of
We
it.
haven't even gotten to the first Lions pick.
I know this is one of your first one of these, Michael, but it gets very entertaining toward the end, let's say.
So right now, between today and tomorrow, barring Brad doing more things, and I said all along for all those people in the Slack that gave me, slack. The only thing that would surprise me is if the Lions actually picked at 6 and 18. Well, guess what, nerds? They didn't. So now you've got, right now as it stands, 12, 18, 34, 48, 55 in the first 2 days. 5 picks, day 1, day 2. That's a buttload of picks.
Yeah. And this does lend credibility to the consistent message that they wanted Devon Witherspoon. You know what I mean? Like, that's
absolutely
the second he was gone, they were like, we're out. Which, like, if you wanted a top corner, you'd still take Christian Gonzalez. So, like, they disagree with my assessment of the cornerbacks, apparently.
Or they think he's going to be there at 12. I mean,
I guess that's
either way,
too.
they bounced on that. The Seahawks really did drink the Lions milkshake. There's no way around it.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I mean, Bob Quinn used to drink people's milkshakes on the regular, and that never seemed to work out super well. So
it looked like he drank all the milkshakes.
Yeah.
The chinless wonder that he was.
Philadelphia was going to buy 3 picks later, and let them make that terrible mistake, please.
Exactly. That's
trade
weird
up in the
Philly's
second
really
for
good
a guy
at
you
drafting.
could have in the 5th.
Oh God. Yeah.
You know what? I hate it too because Jelani's a good dude. He's a nice kid. He plays hard. He does all the things. But my God, the fact that it sent all of the TV people scrambling. Like, who? We don't have any footage of that guy.
My reaction at the moment was like, did they just take the guy who made one of my articles as the worst case scenario for round 4 in round fucking 2? What the hell?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, there were some of those moments. Now, does this also
back? I think.
Does 12 put an offensive lineman in play? There's another idea.
I think you could more reasonably do that there. Like, I would still not love that.
Right.
If that makes sense, but like, you got a lot of real high picks now, but like, I would prefer that the other one they got back might be where you go with the guard, like an Osiris Torrance, or if you guys like that, get a good guard, not a freaking spectacular guard. If that makes sense.
Raiders said publicly they are out on Carter. I'm getting back to lay audio. And I'm just finding out who's ahead. I'm almost here. We are almost back in the game, boys.
Are the people
again?
Hearing the
here's
audio,
the thing.
At least
no. Well, they will. They will. Go ahead.
ESPN continues to just run B-roll of the guy that's about to be picked. Like, they're not being sneaky about it. There's 3 minutes left on the clock, and they just zeroed in on Christian Gonzalez. That's not a tip. That's not anything. I'm just noticing a trend here with the way that ESPN is broadcasting. Because for the longest time, the league had asked them to stop broadcasting the calls to show the player taking a call from the coach and like, hey, coach, how you doing? And then they're like, oh, you know who's being announced. They're like, stop doing that. Well, now they've just found another way, and they keep doing these I don't even have the sound on the TV. I'm like, but everybody they've shown in the green room has gotten picked the very next time. Like, they've got some amateur hour stuff going on with production there.
No, they're doing it
because they're not showing multiple guys.
Yeah. All right, so we don't have the
pick
audio
is in
yet.
for the Raiders.
Yep. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, we're getting there. You got everybody's gonna hear it. We got it. We are back on. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Pick is in for the Raiders. We will have audio. Oh man, and you know what? I got to fix before the Lions pick.
All right, the only one that matters.
That's why Brad did that. He was watching this YouTube feed and felt bad for you. He's like, oh, we got to back the pick up. Chris still hasn't figured his shit out. We got to get.
I just want to tell Ben Cavella, thanks for the money, buddy. You got our shit fixed. It was thanks to you that we got this back together. We are up and running.
Exactly what I say when someone's being a complete dickhead in the Slack.
I'm telling you,
Thank you, sir, for paying to say that to me.
I'm reading Reddit in the background. I'm having these conversations. I'm like, there's so much going on. All I want to do is be able to play the audio like I was able to do for 175,000 hours before this very moment. So, okay, here we go.
Well, if you know that our podcast is in trouble when people tune in and all they see is Chris doing this. Like he's hunting ducks.
Yeah.
I'm Ray Charles. I'm Ray Charles doing it.
Chris, the Ray Charles of podcasting.
Oh my God! Thank you for that, Michael. That is great.
Just off camera and up high. Like there's something going on up here. I can't catch it. There's a bat.
It's a bird.
Something.
It's a plane.
It's like when you walk into Lowe's and those canaries are in the store. You're like, whoa, look at that.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious. Okay. Pick is in for the Raiders. We'll have the audio of Goodell coming on stage with it.
I'm not falling for it again. I don't believe you.
No, you will. You guys will hear it. The audience will hear it. We're back in business. This is how it was meant to be.
I think for the last two, Ash and I were just making fun of the Slack and talked right over it. So.
No, the last one I was doing the Braveheart thing. We were hold. It was the one before that where we were doing the whole dance. They keep teasing me with the shot of the stage, thinking that our guy's showing up. Oh, here he comes. All right. What's his name?
So
Goodell. Here he comes.
Roger Goodell.
Yeah, you can hear this, can't you?
With the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson, defensive end, Texas Tech.
There you go, Tyree Wilson.
Not us. All right.
Yeah. I like that. Not it.
Oh, man.
Taking the guys I don't like NFL.
2023 Cleveland Farrell, please step forward.
That's the pro comp. That is the pro comp for this man.
Guys, this feels good. That was how it was meant to be. We just went through.
It was a moment.
It was a moment. Oh,
it was a moment. See, and that was a shared moment.
Communal experience.
Had a BRB there for a second. All right.
Welcome to live broadcasting, kids.
The ridicularity, and I'll make that word up. I'll say it again because it's a good one, of losing power and losing your damn feed on one of the biggest broadcasts of the year is ridiculous.
Never let them see you sweat. I think we saved it. It's like Henry Rollins would say, when you're on stage, everything that happens was intentional. You meant for that to happen.
Yeah.
So that's the way you got to do it.
Oh, man. Rollins is great. You ever read the book, Get in the Van?
Oh, boy. Of course. I've got the whole anthology, bro.
I listened to the album, but...
Yeah, I basically got Think Tank memorized, both discs.
So, like, I think Michael and I are like the same person in different bodies. We're
just Detroiters, dude.
I saw him at the Blind Pig in Ann Arbor.
I saw him at the Phoenix Amphitheater in Pontiac with Sausage and Helmet.
Ooh.
So Les Claypool, Helmet, and Rollins band.
Helmet was a great band.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That
okay.
was
We're getting too
I was
risky.
much younger,
Men
man.
talking music.
I can name that too.
And Riz isn't even here.
I know.
He'd be singing Man
I'll
of
say it
War
more.
lyrics.
Scorpions rule. Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
So
Holmes going to make Seattle.
what
pay
do the
for taking
Falcons
Witherspoon.
do? What do the
It's-
Falcons do?
I don't
Like,
even
we
know
gotta-
anymore.
You see this list?
I'm scared.
Falcons do Bijan.
This list that we had of like the draft picks in our mock draft that we were going to just kind of review.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nope.
I like the I love the WWE like graphics package they're running on ESPN tonight, where they're just like projecting the torso of the guy up over the crowd like he's Zeus. That's Will Levis
wish
is
my
starting to
ESPN
sweat
feed would
just a
work.
little bit.
That
Sausage
sounds
and
way more
helmet is the
entertaining
description
than
of
the
a-
1998 graphic design of the NFL Network.
Sausage and helmet is the description of a Green Bay Packers practice. Ben, you are a superstar, man.
Well, the internet's undefeated. I love those guys.
Yeah, for real.
Yep.
All right.
We just got accused of being soul sisters. I don't
that's
know if I'm
okay.
comfortable with
Falcons
that.
pick is in, boys. Falcons
I'm
did a
okay.
thing.
All right.
I was a lesbian, Michael. It's okay. All right, Falcons pick is in. We're good. We got this. We're ready. They're
So
going
what
to
it-
commercial break first.
Man. Falcons are another one of those teams that could go in about 10 different directions. That they could pick Bijan
Yep.
right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looked
And
pretty
that
good
was
in Arthur's
terrifying.
offense, man. Woo.
Yeah.
That's exactly. I've heard that in a couple mocks, and they made some good cases for Atlanta walking with Bijan because he fixes. Like, look, they're not going to go do a whole lot, but he wins. He gives them the opportunity to win that crappy ass division. A Bijan in that offense, they can score enough to win in that division with him.
Yep.
Yeah, with their like two big boy receivers and him,
Yeah.
like that's you got something.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you've got enough for Ritter to bake with.
Exactly.
Yeah, like you find out in year 2 what Ritter actually is. You know what I mean? Like that's
Right.
That's
Yeah,
gotta
and
be
he
what
doesn't
they're
have to be
doing this year
much.
unless they take him. No,
Yeah. Yep.
no.
I mean, you got a whole
Not at
division
all.
with not much at quarterback, so that would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, that could be the division where 7 wins gets you in. You know, gets you to the party with no break.
Chris, don't start it. Don't start answering those questions, Chris.
No,
I see
that
him.
one
I see him too. I know you want. Let it go. Walk away.
I'm working Frozen right now. Let it go, baby. Let it go. DeSantis is at my door. Hold on. See, there's a callback to earlier. Oh man, I didn't know that was a Queen song. I have to check that out. It'd be interesting for them. I literally now have no idea what's going to happen in this draft. Every egg has been scrambled at this point, and it's all like I'm figuring out my mock draft on the fly as they actually draft people. This is nuts.
Well, yeah, because you start to reset everybody's needs. You had the run on quarterbacks with 3 in the top 4, the way kind of everybody thought.
Yep.
And then Seattle, just brought chaos to the party by taking Witherspoon. The Raiders pass on Jalen Carter, which I'd probably lost money on that bet.
Probably.
Yeah.
Can I real quick
That's
give huge credit to my wife who's working in the production truck running that scroll for us. Look at all that rolling by. She's got the picks up going for us as they appear on the scroll across the bottom. Appreciate that. She's also haranguing me that I should not drink any more Jägermeister, drink some water. She's concerned about my health.
Hydrate, dummy.
For the remainder of the picks. Pick is in from Atlanta. We've only got
just fill the Jägermeister bottle with water.
only got
Improve the
24.
flavor too.
We're a quarter of the way through. This
Can't make it worse.
Your bottle's empty. I got another one.
Jägermeister is for people that had licorice as a kid and were like, man, I wish I could drink this.
No,
Yep.
no, it has botanicals. There's 56 selected botanicals in Jägermeister.
You're a selected
God.
botanical. I'm not
We're
buying that.
already at Chris talking about the botanicals level of intoxication. Okay. Last year, I think this was pick 14 before we got here.
this is like, what is it?
Your
How
wife's
many,
right, Chris. Slow down.
how many veggies are you supposed to get in a day? A shot of Jaeger gets you most of them. I'll tell you that. It's all via botanical. All right. Goodell's rolling up. Oh, he's got a crew with him, so we're probably going to talk about something that's not a pick for a little bit.
Please tell me the Giants are bringing the same kid from last year that announced the Kayvon pick. I want him in every draft.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Every pick.
Oh,
for every team.
And a Falcons pick. I'm joined by Chris and Shane from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Kansas City. Chris and Shane are a true testament to the power of mentorship. The NFL and its teams work closely with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America.
I can't cut off Big Brothers Big Sisters.
On social justice through our initiative to inspire change. The Falcons are big-time supporters of the organization, and they're thrilled to have Chris and Shane making their pick. Okay, guys, take it away.
Pretty cool at 8 to do this. My guy's happy. Here we go.
With the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson.
There it is.
Texans.
We told ya that was what.
There it is.
There you go.
That's gonna get. They're gonna get weird in that offense now, man. They got a crazy weapon in Bijan.
Yeah.
That is,
Real,
like, there are no
real
bell
quick
cows
for Lions
anymore,
fans.
but-
No, but he's as close as it gets.
Yep.
I mean, you add a LaDainian Tomlinson type talent to that offense, he's going to help.
You get a 4-3-40.
Real quick on the
Go ahead.
yeah, all the things. No, he does everything well. The value chart, by the way, real quick on the Lions. I've got this in front of me. The old school Jimmy Johnson chart.
Yep.
The Lions gave 1785 and got 1783, so pretty much a straight swap. The modern Rich Hill chart, they give 501 and got back 530. So even swap on the Jimmy Johnson chart, a little bit better on the Rich Hill chart. And credit to Justin Rogers, he was the one who put that together and put that on Twitter. So
never heard of him.
So they get they get that done.
Justin's awesome. All right. So 40-yard dash, he did 4.3, 4.32, 10-yard split, 1.51. He's 5'8", 188, and a 29-inch arm length, which is huge for a running back.
Yeah.
But he incredible player. This is your guy. This is the running back of the draft. He went early. The whole don't take a running back in the first round. He just went at 8, boys.
Done.
He just went at 8.
Right.
And I think this may signal a change in the NFL. We've talked about how wide receivers, right? The market was crazy last year for wide receivers. This year, not so much. They're not there in the draft, so it's like, what happened? You're right. You have these free agent wide receivers. You have a dearth of talent in the draft. Why did the price go down? Has to be that the league is changing. Has to be that there's an evolution happening. And I think very much so the evolution is toward what the Detroit Lions did last year and towards the style of offense that they're running.
Well, the Lions and again, the Seahawks, they run first.
Yep. You have to be good at what the other team can't stop. So with the proliferation of all the nickel defenses being the base now, this is the change that is going to come from that. Like, it is a very predictable thing, and it is the thing that makes sense. Like, it's not a coincidence that running was more efficient than it had ever been previously last season, which I'm not even sure exactly what that means, to be honest. But, it was. I'm guessing it was just easier to do. But yeah, like, I hate stats that aren't actually stats. That's kind of my thing. But like, it was basically better to run last year than it had ever been because everybody is playing a nickel instead of a strong side linebacker. So obviously they can't stop the run as well. Like, it's just hat on hat math.
Yep.
One of the follow-on things to that too, and this is the defensive corollary. Watch the importance of safety play. Watch the importance of the safety over the next 3 to 5 years. You're going to need guys that are problem solvers. Going back to, we were talking about the secondary with Seattle and the way they got good. Earl Thomas made that thing go because he was lightning. He was everywhere, and he was just as good in the run game as he was in the pass game. That's, again, so I look at the kid from Alabama. Like, he's a guy that could solve a lot of problems in the secondary because safety play is going to be the fix for the run-heavy offenses that are coming as the league kind of evolves towards what Dan Campbell had in mind the whole time. I don't think he got enough credit for that because everybody was talking about he's a hammerhead, is all biting kneecaps, all this nonsense. The fact that he brought in the offense that he did, and in 2 years' time, everybody in the league was trying to catch up with it and wondering what the hell happened. He didn't get enough credit there.
The Eagles at 9, the pick is in. They traded with Chicago. The duality of the chat right now, Kurt Romero, my money's on Luke Van Ness. And Sam, if the Lions' first pick is Van Ness, I'll be so disappointed. The duality of the chat is for real. Also, have to hit Tori Hanzo, our samurai sword salesman, local. I don't like to say.
Wait, what?
It's more fun.
We have a samurai salesman?
If you like metal, you're my friend. Hattori Hanzo, samurai sword salesman. He's in the chat. He's active, and it's funny. One day he'll tell the story. Check the Slack for it. He talks about the quality of chat and people like understanding what he says elsewhere versus, hey, these guys understand me. I found a home here in the DLP space. It's funny.
Welcome to the island of misfit toys.
Yep.
All right. So
this ain't your daddy's podcast chat.
Let me just so people have a sense of the potentials of what's going on. This is my weather map. It's better to say blurred to like keep my location, but you can see what's heading to my direction. Power may be optional in the future. I have UPSs, so we'll see if it blinks like it did before. We'll be okay, but if it goes out for an extended period, it could be problematic.
I think all those red spots are where my wife is, and I left my phone in my car.
Ash, you want to rephrase that? Phrasing.
So the Bears move back 1 and pick up a 4th in 2024. So
I guess why would you
kind of an inconsequential anything.
Yep. That's who you taking? Yeah, I didn't want him anyway. Cool. What are you giving me?
Jeff is weighing in. Gray is good looking, no hetero.
Well played, sir. Well played.
Gonzalez will never be a Lion. This is interesting. Yeah, Logan, it is definitely Florida. Eric should have taken Bijan at 6. I don't know. I'm willing to take 12 and 34 instead of 6. Let's see what Mr.
The Chicago
Bell has
Bears
to say.
have traded the 9th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter, defensive tackle, Georgia.
There was. So the Eagles, for some reason, traded because they thought Chicago was going to take Jalen Carter. That seems like a little bit of a waste of capital.
After Chicago, or no, they moved up 1, right?
Yeah, they traded with Chicago.
Or someone else they thought might be trying to move up to Chicago. Seems like the more likely scenario there, because like you're never trading with a team because you think they're going to take the guy you want.
Yeah,
because they would just take the guy. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
So I had a little tech emergency myself.
In front of me. Who's next?
We got Chicago picking
Chicago.
Next. Yeah.
Well, I mean, after that.
Yeah.
You know, like who's after this flip that might have been
Tennessee.
trying to move up to Chicago.
Tennessee. Oh man.
I can literally hear what sounds like a hurricane on my window outside. This is fantastical. It's insane out there.
So if this cuts out, we should just assume it's not coming back? Is what
no,
you're
it'll come back. It'll come back. When it cuts out, everything's on battery backup, so we'll have enough time to get to just before the Lions pick and then pass out. That's where we're at. Okay, so we have Chicago on the clock. The pick is in. The Bears? Holy shit, it is crazy out there. Like, okay, good.
I can hear that.
Please, yeah. Please send money to rebuild my house after this.
So you say you want to live in the tropics.
Yeah.
Cannot wait to move down.
Gary, this is an interesting point. I don't think that necessarily this is quite what happened, but Carter sabotaged his own draft stock so that he could be drafted by a good team. I think that may be the outcome. I don't know that was the plan. That being said,
no,
you're looking at Drew Rosenhaus.
By the way,
is the most maniacal, crazy SOB.
Yeah. He's got that strong used car salesman energy. Real quick from the Slack, Steel Hank Reardon pointing out that now Jalen Carter has to deal with Matt Patricia. So.
Can anyone say bust?
Well, he's got a couple of his buddies, and Nakobe Dean specifically was one of the guys that repeatedly you heard was in charge of keeping him motivated and on time at Georgia. So he's got a built-in support system right there in Philly. And man, they're gnarly on the lines, offense and defense every year, and this is how they do it. I mean,
guys, I gotta do this. He's so freaking cool. If you don't know if I Prevail, you need to go buy all their albums. In behind me, and I'll pull it out. I got their latest double album pressed in colored vinyl. Brian Burkheiser, lead singer, clean vocals for I Prevail. He is one of the coolest dudes. We interviewed him during St. Jude. Thanks for all the coverage throughout the draft season, guys. Best Lions podcast on the planet. Can't wait to see what unfolds with these pick. So many directions Brad can go. Fire. Brian, love you, brother. You know. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's really, really awesome, man. God dang. Buy everything I Prevail. Damn it. Go buy it now.
All of it.
Anything with a price tag, spend money on it.
Funny thing is, I didn't know you were going to. I didn't know you were going to bring that up, but I actually programmed the rock station up here where I am, and we've got a ton of their stuff in rotation. So
yeah. It's
Brian.
Nice. Brian, let me hook you up with Michael. You want to do it? You want to do an interview, Michael? Get him on local.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah. Okay, cool. He's the coolest dude. Like, he is absolutely fantastic. I'm gonna repost our interview with him from St. Jude because it was so good. He's just the best, man. Brian Burkheiser, I Prevail. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you on the super chat. You're a real special dude, man. All right, Bears pick is in. We're waiting for that. I will right now plant the flag that as soon as we announce the Bears pick, when we get to reaction time, I'm gonna go to the be right back mode because I'm gonna laugh so hard that I have to go to the bathroom. I may already have to go to the bathroom, but I already know that I'm going to be laughing. So I'm just telling you.
You know, given your reputation, I kind of had you tagged as a depends kind of a guy that just would, work through it.
Well,
like a swim up bar.
That's generally my answer when people ask, where is it that you go? Depends. So we'll see how that plays out. God, that's from like 1987. Please, that is Boomer City. Barry. Welcome to the DLP Winner Circle. Thank you very much for joining. Barry, I want to tell you the trick here is YouTube makes this a little difficult. You get access to the Slack when you join as a member of the channel. Hit me up, Chris at DetroitLionsPodcast.com, and we'll get you connected. We'll get you in the Slack. It's the most intelligent chat in the internet. Michael, Ash, Riz, Sam, man, we're all Scott. We're all there, and a lot of really, really great people. It's one of the most, like I said, intelligent chats on the internet for the Lions. It's a great place to hang out. A lot of fun. Hit me up. I'll get you access there. And thank you for joining the channel as a member. That's really awesome of you.
Right. We're all there, and despite that, it's still a rock solid chat room.
Yep.
So true. So true. So true. Can't wait to see the Bears reach on tight end or linebacker. There you go, Logan. What's
like paying money to be verbally berated. This is a better way than OnlyFans showing up on your credit card.
The OnlyFans rejected me like 8 ways from Sunday trying to get in there. Goodell's coming up for the
this
Bears.
Year's Mitch Trubisky.
Ash, that's what I was going to ask. Ash, who is this year's Mitch Trubisky?
Well, Will Levis, really, but I'm not taking him.
Darnell Wright.
The second tackle of our night goes.
Darn it. I like Darnell Wright so much.
Yeah. I like things about Darnell Wright. I would not have called him a top 10 guy necessarily, but
I wouldn't either. I wouldn't have either, but I thought there was a chance that he would fall to 18. And I knew it was a little bit of a long shot, but there we were. I thought he would fall, and Mike stole my opportunity. Damn him.
The second positive play they showed on a highlight was a guy basically just undressing him by being athletic. But it just happened to work out.
Wright was an absolute murderer at the Senior Bowl, though. That's the thing, man. That was the thing. He was his arc, and this is as you get into the draft, you talk about players, and it is their trajectory that matters, and that's why Jalen Carter, his pro day was the thing, and I'll say it again. He may be a great professional. He may be a great player in the NFL, and I hope he is for his sake and his ability to make money and all those things. His whole life has been dedicated to it. I don't want to take away from any of that, but his trajectory coming into here, but his trajectory when he got to his pro day, put on the 9 pounds, couldn't finish drills. That's telling me like real problem, right?
Yep. Well, the thing is, whoever set that up and put him beside Nolan Smith, like, what are you thinking? Having those two guys run the same drills at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, of course, this one is going to look bad and slow and awful, and he's trying to keep up with a guy who weighs almost 100 pounds less than he does. You know what I mean? Like, so he's going to gas himself. Like, just that whole thing was just really poorly run. But also, he quit on his pro day, and that's never happened that I've ever seen.
Yep. Titans pick is in. Let me get into this. We're starting to now think about what could be potential for the Lions, right? We have the Titans now. Post Titans is Detroit. Is it JSN? Is that how we're going to fix the JAMO situation or the JAMO situation? Sorry. Is it Peter? Is it Skronsky? Right. I mean, what do we do?
Skronsky.
Yeah, Skronsky. Sorry. Joey
Van
Porter
Ness is my answer.
Van Ness is your answer. Yeah, and I hate it because Riz is probably right. And just so you know, Levis is still out there. Ladies and gentlemen. He was going to go potentially number one, based on all the breaking news and rumors and Twitter stuff today. And he's still available.
Well, the Titans pick is in, so as soon as they come back from commercial, we'll have some sort of conclusion on that.
Yep. And this time, please, Ash, don't leave.
For like an actual updating big board.
Please don't leave, Ash, because this time I do want to go to the bathroom after we make the pick. Michael stole my moment.
Yeah, well, I lost the audio feed, and then it turns out it was just my little cord here came unplugged in my headset, so it took me a minute to figure that out. I'm like, I can't hear them. They're
my mic will kick out at some point.
Speaking of Michael, who do you think? What's your guy? I mean,
man,
Ash is all in on Van Ness.
Yeah, at this point, it's anybody's guess. It depends on how crazy with the cheese whiz Brad Holmes wants to get. We all had a good long talk about Bijan Robinson. I still think Jamir Gibbs goes before the end of the first round. I can't fathom that at 12, but
can you
maybe?
smell Levis to Tennessee?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a short move, right? You don't even need to hire a truck.
Yeah.
And if you didn't want to change anything from what you're doing with Ryan Tannehill, that's the guy you draft to do that too. Like I
think that's done. So you got Gonzalez on the board still. I don't know that he's a Campbell and a Holmes guy. You have Joey Porter at cornerback.
I think they want guys who create turnovers.
Yeah. Yep.
Like everything about Porter except that he has hands like Tracy Walker.
Right.
Would be great.
Well, and that his hands are constantly holding a receiver. That's not going to work in the league on Sundays. He's going to have to get coached out of that. I'm sure they love his attitude. I mean, I've had questions about Gonzalez and whether or not he's a fit in that locker room because he seems kind of Hakuna Matata for an Aaron Glenn defense. A little easy going.
Yep.
That's fair. I think like what he does on the field though fits. You know what I mean?
Oh,
like you watch his highlight reels and half of it is open field tackles on extremely athletic people where he just makes them look like they can't move.
All right, we're closing in on the Goodell piece here really quick. Barry Eastbrush, thank you so much for the super chat. How many times does Hutch make Darnell Wright look stupid next year, and why is it more than 10? I love that.
Honestly, the guy I think is going to make Wright look stupid is Houston, because the one thing Darnell Wright does not do with is exceptional athleticism that just runs around him. That's his kryptonite.
Yeah.
Yep, it's Skronsky night.
And Houston's one of those guys in year 2. He's one of those dudes that could catch a rocket, having figured out what the league's all about, and now have an entire year to kind of hone in on what it is that he can do out there.
Dude, do you see the Titans draft room right now? The guy in the back left looks like the dude that sniffed the hair from the Charlie's Angels movie. Remember that guy? Oh, creeper.
So does Mike Vrabel
man. All right, here we go. Lot of stuff. Okay, Lions taking Gonzalez if they pick at 12. Tucker says Cam Sutton seems pretty Hakuna Matata as well. Oh man, here we go. It's coming up. Come on, Goodell, chop. I got to use the restroom before the Lions pick. Don't you know what the real?
Well, you might only have 3
Daddy gotta
minutes
pee.
knowing Brad Holmes.
Yeah,
right.
Take a run. You know?
All of his cards burn up on re-entry because they're going so fast.
Yeah.
Here we go. Goodell strolling up onto the stage. He heard what I said. So here we go.
Commissioner.
Here we go.
With the 11th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Peter Skronsky, offensive tackle, Northwestern.
That's another guy I did not want. Okay.
I am high, and this is a dream. That's all I know, because nothing is working out the way that I had ever imagined. Anybody imagined, right?
Skronsky.
All right.
So he goes to...
Shall return. Please carry the show, gentlemen.
Go to the powder room.
Yep.
So 3 offensive linemen in the top 11, just like exactly no one picked.
Which, like,
there
if
wasn't.
You don't want us to take an offensive lineman. This is the dream. Like, all of the quarterbacks went, all of the offensive linemen are gone. The running back is gone.
Right.
The defensive tackle I don't want is gone. The edge I don't want is gone. Like, they're running out of guys I don't like.
Yeah, well, and you've still got arguably the number 1 corner in Gonzalez.
Yep.
On an awful lot of boards. He's still there. I can't imagine. I never got into the Cansey thing. He was the one guy I've been out on the entire time.
Yeah. I liked him when they were talking about him as a 4th-round pick. I was like, that's too low for what that guy does. But it swung so far the other way that we had people who get paid money to talk about the draft talking about him at 6, and that was ludicrous. You know what I mean? He's not that guy.
It didn't.
Even here is just too rich.
Didn't fit. Man. And so this is where we learn all about Brad Holmes's priorities, I think.
Yeah. Like, I have no idea what's coming right here. My guy who I've basically been saying they should take since January, Gonzalez, is still here. You know, Lucas Van Ness, which, like, there was a really great pro comp this week from Dane Brugler. He said Lucas Van Ness is Cocaine Bear.
Cocaine Bear. I saw that.
Yeah. So, man, that's,
give me that.
Like, and he's, yeah. And, like, there are problems in Van Ness's game. I'm not saying there aren't. You know what I mean? But, like, there are problems that exist because he played defensive end for 1 year. You know what I mean? He was a defensive tackle until this season. And, like, yeah, he never started a game for them, but he played more snaps than anyone else on their D-line. You know what I mean? Like, they just start seniors. That's what they do, right? So, like, he played more snaps than anybody else. And if you watch their game against Ohio State, picks in. I guess we're going to find out.
Pick is in.
But if you watch the game against Ohio State, the drive dies when Van Ness is in. They score every time he's not. You know what I mean? He
Brad
impacts
Holmes
games.
Just set another land world speed record with getting the pick in.
Lions select Jamir Gibbs, running back, Alabama.
Oh my!
So they were in on Bijan, but Gibbs. Wow!
He's standing there with this, like, folded up hat he's never seen before, going, "What? Really?"
Ooh!
Man.
Well,
Linda needs a wellness check.
So we got Jamir Gibbs and number 34.
Yeah.
And 18.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
12 and 34.
I'm okay with this.
This is one
I'm
of those
good with
things
this.
where, like, if you're mad this guy is on your team, pull your head out of your ass. This is a good football player.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
with
and
that said,
there's
yeah.
Two
there's
running backs
nothing wrong with
in the top 12. Think about that.
So take your first round running back nonsense and throw it.
It's a new
because what
NFL.
they're counting on.
Yeah.
They're counting on half a decade. They're counting on half a decade with this guy. This is our guy.
Yep.
And if we've got him for 5 years, we've got him for 5 years. Will he sign a second contract? Probably not. But you look at this footage, watch him catching those passes. You want an answer in the first 6 weeks to remedy the JMO thing? Well, you just added a weapon to the offense.
And
that's how you remedy the JMO thing.
The Swift show, he's third now on your depth chart. Right? Boom.
Yeah.
And it's fixed. It's fixed.
Yeah.
Pat D, give Emery Hunt his flowers. Thank you. Absolutely. Emery Hunt is on fire. Let's get his quote really.
And look at
elite
him.
level vision. Footwork is elite also, and his eyes are lockstep with his feet. Emery Hunt, he's the guy you should be listening to on these
now,
picks.
Brad Holmes in the draft room just beat the hell out of the desk again and then hugged Rod Wood so hard that he saw God. They're jacked up for this guy.
He's squeezing the football decisions out of Rod Wood. You can see it.
Fair enough. And that's who you should blame in the event you don't like this pick. I would like you to just blame Rod Wood so I can completely just discount your opinion and not pay attention to you.
Okay, here we go. Travis, I love you, brother, but he didn't look happy. I think he's as shocked as anyone else that he went this early. Okay, just calmate, my friendo.
Yeah. He just got like $10 million more than he thought he was going to get on his rookie contract.
Darn it!
That's what that look says.
I think he's stunned. It's absolutely stunned. I'm fine. Swift is gone. He's gone. Swift will play this year. You're not going to get anything for him. And look, I hate to say this about a human being, right? But you're a team. You have a goal. You're going to grind the shit out of DeAndre Swift. DeAndre Swift has to earn his next contract somewhere else. All the incentives point to run the snot out of that guy until he's got no tread left on the tires. If he can find another place to sign, great. He's going to run his ass off so he can. You get the option and the opportunity to get the best that you're going to get out of DeAndre Swift. It's a really interesting kind of setup now for Swift and the Detroit Lions.
I don't think that Swift is still on this roster by the end of the day Saturday, if I had to guess.
Ooh. That's kind of what I was thinking too. Like, I don't think you get much for him. There was someone talking about a second-round pick earlier today. That would blow my mind. Like, if that occurred, like, good job, Mr. Holmes. You are the man.
Right.
But I just don't see it. Like,
I mean, because at this point, you've got Montgomery. You've got a guy that is a 3-down back. Now you just added Jamir Gibbs to that backfield. That's it. Mm-hmm. Everybody else can sit down. It's going to be those two. I mean, they're gonna put Jamir Gibbs where they thought they could put DeAndre Swift. They're going to put him in every chance they get. I'd count on him not to need a break every time he's got a hangnail.
Here's your chance.
That's been the hang-up.
Here's your chance to get a Jamar Gibbs jersey. Head to fanatics.detroitlionspodcast.com. Where? fanatics.detroitlionspodcast.com. All the gear, all the memorabilia. They've got everything you want. And they give a little kickback to the podcast when you do that. fanatics.detroitlionspodcast.com. Get your jersey now. Well, maybe tomorrow. But get your jersey from fanatics.detroitlionspodcast.com. Thank you.
As we've established, we need all the help we can get to keep the lights on at Chris's house. So
I have to fix the hail damage. What in the hail damage is going on? My wife said
Jamir Gibbs
that she actually had to leave the truck and chase the garbage can down the street. And I'm talking like 6 houses. She said, I was exhausted and so worried that a pick would come in. Chasing the garbage can. I mean, come on. Talk about, you want to marry well? That's
you
my
nailed
gal.
It, my friend.
That's my gal.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if she broke a chain letter or drew the short straw or whatever, but yeah, you don't deserve that.
Again, we are soul sisters, Michael. We don't need to talk about picks.
The pack
pick. The Packers.
Pack pick.
Pack pick.
That's in. Pack pick.
Yep.
Got to be somebody that catches a football, right? Because they want to give the Marcus Hall epic double bird to Aaron Rodgers and go in the first round and pick somebody who catches passes, right?
Lucas Matthews.
Jackson Smith and Jigba, that's my call right here.
No. Is your wife able to run routes for the Lions for 6 weeks? Lucas
Oh, we got her out there training like Rocky, chasing trash cans.
That is great. Oh, man. I hope she's laughing. I think she's laughing. She's got a great sense of humor, but oh, man.
It's really weird if they took Levis here.
Oh, my God. Sorry. Here, let's hear from Goodell. Tell us.
With the 13th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Lucas Van Ness. Defensive end, Iowa.
There you go.
Cocaine Bear goes to Wisconsin.
I hope my evaluation is wrong and Riz's is correct. And this is the exact kind of thing that tends to go very well in Green Bay, though.
That trash can drill was the difference, right? Thank you.
Yeah. By the way, has anybody seen Riz? Can we confirm his location and mental stability given the way the first 13 picks have gone?
Riz, no, there is no confirmation. I'm about to file a missing
a lot of
persons
his
report.
pre-written articles are basically player details, copy pasted city and team information.
He said
Go ahead.
He said in his draft preview he had made 3. He did one for C.J. Stroud, one for Will Anderson, and then one for old boy from Wisconsin, Witherspoon.
Mm-hmm.
So that was it. And then they took Jamir Gibbs.
Yeah.
So start over.
I think we need to call in a welfare check on Riz.
Exactly.
Oh my God. What an amazing. And we still got 18 coming. Chop, chop, chop like this.
Yes. Quick.
Sorry, go ahead, Ash.
All right.
It's
I got to let my dogs in real quick, boys.
All right, do your thing, brother.
Sounds good. Like with Gibbs, because I don't really want to talk about Green Bay anymore. I've just been hearing about Rodgers for so long. It just makes me twitch a little bit every time I have to talk about that team.
brother.
Give Goff the weapons. Like, if that is what you need to do to win, if that is your method of winning with a kind of mid to slightly above mid-tier quarterback, then do it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the plan nobody else is doing right now. You know what I mean? Like, everyone is taking shots to try to get the next Mahomes, and the thing with that is there's one, man.
And
there's only ever going to be one.
The league moves. What you need is different. 2 years later, 4 years later, 6 years later, it always evolves.
I don't want to be the team chasing Kansas City to be this as good a version of that.
That's what we were when we hired Quinn.
Pick the next thing.
That's what we hired when we got Quinn and Patricia. We were chasing the thing that was a reality. The 1987 New York Giants. I mean, it was like, what in the world are we doing? We're throwing way backwards rather than looking forward, and that's where things now are with this team.
The red flag with Caldwell too was that they brought him in to fix Stafford, not to build the offense that can win with Matthew Stafford.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, you get him out of the bubble screen factory and look what happens.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, immediately 40 touchdown guy playing for the Rams. You know what I mean? Also 17 interceptions, but you take the good, you take the bad.
And something about the facts of life.
Facts of life, yeah. Realized what I was doing halfway through there.
Jake Tucker asked, so we were running back away? No. We're about, 9 picks still? 9 picks still through the draft away. This is just
offensively,
one.
Yes.
Key piece offensively. Absolutely. We still have 18, 34, is it 45? 45 and 58. 48 and 50.
48 and 58.
58, thank you.
Also 8, yep.
Those are all starters, Jake. Those should all be starters in your draft. You've got 4 more people away to fix defense, whatever else you think you need to do. This is an absolutely great move for a what's the word of a politician who's already voted out. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. Who's a dead letter is all I can think of. DeAndre Swift. He's already gone. Right. You'll get something out of him.
Running backs who are even talked about this high are always very, very good.
Lame duck. Thank you, Flounder. Thank you, old BK. Lame duck. Nice. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump over you. I was angry about not being able to think of it.
Sorry, if you'd said coach with 1 season left on his contract, I would have known what you were talking about.
Yeah, I went political. Ooh, we don't do politics. And I went political. That's weird. All right. I'm good with Jamir Gibbs. I really am. He kept popping up in the mock drafts later in the first round. He kept popping up as the guy. And we'll see. We'll absolutely see. We don't know today. We can celebrate. We can feel great. And we'll see a year, 2 years down the road, we'll be able to really evaluate what it is. But the evolution, as you said, do you want Patrick Mahomes today? Well, yeah, if you're the Kansas City Chiefs and you have your team built around him, can you build a team around him now? That's questionable because the evolution of the league is such. Jamir Gibbs may be the guy that, with Ben Johnson and the rest of this offense, defines how the league evolves into the next step. Ben Johnson has been lauded as the guy that is building an offense that is representative of the change in the NFL. We have the Steelers pick in and Roger Goodell coming up on the stage.
The New England Patriots have traded the 14th pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Patriots.
With the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Broderick Jones, offensive tackle, Georgia.
Broderick Jones. There you go. And
that's the tackle I would have taken in the top 10.
Interesting. Okay, let's get Michael back. Hi, Michael. Welcome back to the show. We get Broderick Jones. Let's get his player card up. Talk about his combine work. 4.97 in the 40. 6'5", 311, 34 3/4 inch arms, hands 10 5/8. Emery tells us that he's a very good athleticism. He has very good athleticism, and he's really twitched up and has the ability to mirror and match with various defenders. Thank you, Emery, for your illustrious evaluation of candidates. Emery Hunt is the man.
As different from Darnell Wright as you can be, and be successful.
Yep.
At offensive tackle,
Yep.
Not a combine superstar, but he gets out. The highlights they're showing of him are the perfect ones. You know what I mean? Pull out and pancake somebody.
This dude is 3'11" and almost 6'6" and running sub 540s. Like, we've just gotten used to that. These offensive linemen. You talk about a 4'9". You're getting hit by a truck.
Risen.
That's what I ran in high school. You're in high school at 210.
I got signs of life from Risden. I want to hit it really quick. His evaluation, Jamir Gibbs, home run hitter. What many of y'all wanted Swift to be, just watch the chat here, compares to a better Austin Eckler, but it's a weird pick. Almost certainly could have gotten him at 18, if not 34. Riz, thank you.
I don't know about that.
Feel free to hit the super chat, Risden.
Yeah, like Washington. Washington picks at 16, and that was the absolute basement for Bijan Robinson and has been known for months.
Right.
He was not getting past that pick. So I don't know if I agree that Gibbs was going past them.
Yeah, and aren't we learning lessons? I mean, we do the mock draft things, and we tell each other that we know what the hell we're talking about for months and months and months, and then the litmus test comes up, and no, Malik Willis isn't going number 2 overall or in the second round. No, you guys, we do this stuff all the time without really knowing what's going on. What the league is telling you right now is that premier running talents coming out of college are a value, made friends with that 5th-year option. And yeah, we're going to have them for 5 years, and then we're going to be done, and we're going to get our money's worth out of them because we're not going to have to pay a second contract.
We get the Jets on the clock. 5:15 left. Sorry, just doing some time and temp here if we could. Risden, don't expect Swift on the roster by Sunday. And he is.
That's what I said. Risden stole my thing.
Yep. Both. No, you said it before. He showed up and stole it.
I did.
He was watching the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, 100%.
Michael.
That son of a bitch.
Yeah.
It's the right page to be on, and we're all on it.
But no, because I'm on a different page than you guys, and you guys could be on the right page. I'm a little bit more ruthless. I say run the wheels off of Swift this year, because everything I've heard from inside the building was, look at what Jamal did this year. Holy cow, that was awesome. But man, if Swift had that ball, it's a whole different thing. That's a touchdown.
100%.
Oh, if Swift had that, that's a touchdown. This is Swift's chance. He's got everything on the line to prove. Burn him out. Use him. Make him prove it to get that contract. Again, you talk about reps on a running back and the effect of time, hits, all that kind of thing. Again, I'm a little bit more ruthless. Run the wheels off it, and if you don't get anything from him, you don't get anything from him. I don't know that you're going to get a lot from trading him by Sunday. So that's just me.
Just tell you opinion. The linebacker you take it with the 5th round pick you get for him can at least cover kicks.
And that's exactly right. You're taking up a spot on the roster and opening yourself up to a mess in the locker room and all sorts of other things. He's going to be hip to the fact that he's being abused.
But he wants to abuse not been a guy to get the next contract. That's in his best interest. That's in his best interest.
Doesn't mean he's going to do it.
Well,
yeah, I haven't
true.
seen anything to this point that tells me he's got that kind of fortitude.
Yeah,
there's point. Just if Deuce Staley couldn't drag it out of him, Deuce freaking Staley,
the difference then is not that you're going to get a running back that's running his wheels off versus a linebacker in special teams. It's you're going to get a guy that gave up versus a linebacker that can play in special teams, right?
Yeah,
that's
my
difference.
take on it. Is Swift will be a bum this year.
Yep.
Whether I think if you didn't take Gibbs, you get a better performance out of Swift than if you take Gibbs, because what you just said to DeAndre Swift is, we don't want you.
Think about it this way. What did the team tell Jeff Okudah when they went and signed an entire secondary? Now the Lions have signed a free agent in Montgomery and drafted in the 1st round at the 12th spot a kid from Alabama to play running back. They just told DeAndre Swift he doesn't have a job. That's what they did.
Yep.
And you put Craig Reynolds in there, and you know that when you give him his reps, he's going to give you absolutely everything he's got in the tank. It's not the same as DeAndre Swift at full speed at all, but he's going to give you everything that he's got, which is, as we know, something that DC covets. Dan Campbell wants those kind of guys.
Yeah.
And they've weeded out most of the ones that aren't.
Yep.
Not going to mention another podcast in our podcast, but just looking at the comment on the screen, have they ever been right about anything?
Braden Coombs.
They complained about.
Braden Coombs, the massive meltdown in tears. Or, hey, let's be the green elf next to Santa Claus shaking the bell with a kettle in front of us. That's original, right? Yeah, no, not at all. Yeah. Okay, let's move on.
If they hate it, it was a great move.
Yeah, 100%.
The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Yeah.
I got 1:23 left on the Jets pick on the clock right now.
Well, they're doing handshakes and hugging, so wonder what we're getting here.
Gibbs feels weird because it's the first pick we've made this year. We have learned from Holmes to wait and judge the draft in its totality. This, Trevor of Gilead, is the most intelligent take I've seen in at least 2 seconds. No, this is really, really smart, because the totality of the draft with Brad Holmes is really the evaluation of the draft. Gibbs is piece 1 of multiple pieces. You got Gibbs and 34. Think of that, right? It's not just Gibbs for 6. There's something else that's coming. Keep your eyes open, let it happen, evaluate, soak it in, and love it, because the one thing we've seen from Holmes is he's not a dope. He's not an idiot with these picks. And his drafts from pick, other than Levi, from one
missed
maybe,
there.
Yeah. And we'll see about JMO. From 1 on down have been pretty solid. His starters have been starters, and he's been able to pull them deep.
I won't play this with sound, but I mean, this is Brad at the time of the pick. I mean, he damn near broke that table.
Yeah.
I think this
guy's better than that other guy someone else picked.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. Yes.
If you saw the
they let him fall to us.
If you saw the inside of the den, the passion that you saw from the scouts, the area scouts, the head of scouting, there's something here, right? And they built their system in. This is the first year that their system is in place. They've done so well the previous years. Holmes said that this was the first year that their entirety of their system was going to be in play for the draft. I am so stoked. Again, it took them 2 years to put it into place. It's going to take us really 2 years, 3 years to evaluate. I'm stoked to see what this is, because this is it. Again, I hate the whole brand new Lions thing because it anchors you to the old Lions SOL thing. But this is definitely something new. This is next level thinking. Look at Ben Johnson's offense. Look at how this team is operated. Look at how they fired coaches and made changes mid-season. Significant shifts. Offensive coordinator out the door. See you later, Aylin. We're bringing in Ben Johnson. Everyone's like, who's Ben? I never heard of him. And all of a sudden, now a year later, they're like, oh God, please, Ben, don't go. Oh, we're gonna lose Ben in a year, right? It's like, holy shit, there's been a plan. This is the true building of leadership from bottom to top throughout the organization, and a different Lions front office and a different Lions leadership team than we've ever seen. And I think there's a lot to be learned by people on what's happening with this organization. As I keep talking, I see my guy, your guy, Goodell, rolling up to the some guy in a suit. Roll it up.
Oh, we got another psyched up New York kid.
Global community that supports the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants.
Make-A-Wish. You can't cut them off.
Wish
Love
Day,
them, right?
only a couple days away. I'm joined by Kyle Stickles, a
He's
Make-A-Wish
drunk.
kid who battled and overcame bone cancer.
Oh, sweet. He won. This is always depressing with the Make-A-Wish kids, because you're like, it's kind of also a huge bummer.
Kyle's wish is to announce the first round pick of his favorite team, the New York Jets.
It does have a closed head injury or is drunk.
Join me in
One of the
cheering
two.
on Kyle as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Kyle.
The floor is yours, Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. I'd also like to thank the NFL, the New York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity tonight. Yeah!
We gotta do something for Make-A-Wish.
Yeah.
We gotta add them to the list.
With the 15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets
I hate the kid now.
select Will McDonald, linebacker, Iowa State. Let's go!
Oh,
What?
He just gave me such PTSD on the JETS thing. Oh my god.
Wow.
Okay.
All right. Well, like if we're handing out draft grades, A+ on the pick delivery. That was awesome. D- on the actual pick.
I wouldn't say an F, because I don't think he's actually terrible, but add 15? Really?
Wow. Well, what that means is there's another player just fell towards 18 that might be spicy.
Yep, absolutely a guy we
Never
don't
know.
want. That's, yeah.
This is why.
Yeah. No, 100%.
I am proud. I actually have to make a screaming thank you to Jacob Smith from the Slack, who built out all of these draft cards. He built them out for 3 rounds. We have 3 rounds of draft cards, and thanks to him, I have Will McDonald the 4th for the New York Jets pick here today.
Wow.
So
well
Jacob,
done, sir.
Jacob, thank you for the work you did to put these together, because these weren't easy to put together. I mean, it's a lot of work to get the quote, the stats, the name, the pictures, the graphics, the whole thing together. Jacob, you, sir, are a rock star. Thank you for being in the Slack and support and doing this for us. Really quick, I just want to hit Emery's piece on him. Versatile athlete who brings good fluidity to the position. He can turn. Sorry, I'm a dipshit. He can run the hoop and dip low to get to the QB. Emery Hunt. I'm working on a smaller
Which is
screen.
easier to do when you're little. That's the thing that's left out of that assessment, is that's a real small dude to be playing edge in the NFL.
How's this for a stat? That's the first Iowa State player selected in the first round since 1973. It's been a minute.
Words of my write-up. He's fine. Got him at 43 on my list.
Commander's pick is already in.
They ran that one up.
Shambles right now. Mock drafters.
Yeah, no,
here's the thing. All the people that have told you they had leaks, all the people who said, I know what's going on in the mock draft, go check them right now. The people who told you they absolutely knew and had the information, scratch them off the list. Just scratch them off because they're bullshitters. They didn't have the information. They were just selling you clicks. The reality is, that we made mock drafts. We didn't know. We made our best guess. We said it from the beginning in every single one when we did it that, hey, this is a crazy year. We don't know who's going where. This is completely wide open. But there's a whole lot of people who said, my inside sources, you can book this, write this down, and it's all trash. Scratch them off. Don't retweet them. Don't quote them. Don't post them. Don't do anything with their lying bullshit next year. Sorry, I just had to get I like honesty in media, right? I think of the guy with the fedora with the press card from 1958 in the black and white films. That's my vision of what media should be.
Well, keep some of that rant at the ready because unfortunately I just stumbled upon a sneak peek at the pick that's coming up. And if you rolled your eyes at the last one, this one's going to have you seeing your spine. Yeah, all the mock drafts are going to be blown up after this pick. All of them. Forget it. Nobody knows anything about anything anymore.
Oh, my.
Let me ask you guys this.
Exactly. This is where Mayhew works, isn't it? I don't know if he's actually their GM, but he's
this is
one of the higher-ups in Washington right now.
This
is the best player he thinks is on the board. That was his MO, is whatever position. Only draft one safety in your entire tenure.
His whole, swing for the fences and bat 110 kind of approach.
Yeah.
Let me ask
whatever
this.
the opposite of Moneyball is, that's what he did.
Chicks dig the long ball, buddy. Yeah, Chicks dig the long ball.
Yeah, Mayhew can pull him for sure. He's a good-looking guy. Let me ask you this, because this is a good question from Paul D. Because you now have a conundrum from a Lions team who were, we all know, all in on Goff 110%. Levis, who, make sure you scratch him off the list, was going number one. We heard that today. He was going number one, is potentially going to be available at 18. Do the Lions make him their dev guy?
No.
Hendon Hooker is a better quarterback than Will Levis, and it is not even remotely close.
Hooker's 146 years old. He'll never see.
But he can actually play the position.
But by the time he heals, he's going to need a walker out there. Ash, haven't you seen the mock drafts?
I will
think
say
Hendon
this.
Hooker is more likely at 18 than Will Levis.
Yeah.
That's fair.
No, I don't disagree.
That said, I don't think it's Hendon Hooker.
No, me neither.
No.
Maybe when we get to that pick in the 30s, Hendon Hooker might enter the conversation. Might come into the Royal Rumble at that point, But right now, I can't see it.
Well,
unless he's the magical mystery man who's going to Washington, because I don't have the information you have.
I mean, maybe it's time we reset.
I want your information, Michael.
Our sites.
I want your mic. Your
think
information,
about
yes. Spoil this.
Think about Brad Holmes. Oh no. I'm not spoiling.
No. You want to see the looks.
Don't spoil.
I'll tell you what.
The source.
I'll even switch the glasses so you can see my face on this.
Spoil the info.
I want to see your Mina Kimes face. That's what I'm looking for. We need to reset what our understanding of Brad Holmes in the first round. This guy's hunting superstars. Period. We now have 4 first-round picks and superstars. That's what he's looking for.
With the 16th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Emmanuel Forbes, defensive back, Mississippi State.
What?
Is that who you had? Is that who you had?
That guy weighs 165 pounds.
Right.
What are you doing?
And that's his combine. That's his combine weight, by the way. That's when he's been
be.
right.
Oh my God.
Man.
Frosty Magnum, I'll put your super chat. Thank you, sir, for the super chat. Everyone else is playing NFL draft checkers. Brad and Dan Campbell are playing 15D underwater backgammon. 110%. What the wow. Is this what you thought, Michael? Just really quick. I mean, you can lie. But,
it wasn't. Actually, I had seen a thread where somebody was alleging something else. This is less offensive than the lead that I had.
What was the
but
other thing?
Still,
this is insane.
Oh, somebody had tipped the pick that it was Noah Sewell, and I was like,
what?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, what?
All right, Emmanuel Forbes. Let's talk about it. 4'3", 5'40", 6'1", 166, 32 and a quarter.
Catches the ball.
Hand length,
dude,
8.5 inches.
He gets the ball.
8.5 little inches. He's a little fella with the hands. Top down type corner who has terrific hand-eye coordination, which helps him pick off so many passes. In the beautiful voice of Emory Hunt. There you go.
That dude catches the football a lot, all the way back to high school. He was intercepting passes a ton. But again, 160-pound human. Like, what do you do when you line up against DK Metcalf? Because he's going to throw you into section 122. Like,
you get beat.
It's over.
Every time.
A lot. Hard. Like you hit the ground hard.
Quandre digs up on
right.
Gronk. You know what I mean? You were just like, whatever we just called was wrong.
You're just Spike Dudley going through the table hard every time.
Yeah.
Like
Patriots pick is in. Here's Goodell.
2000s wrestling reference.
With the 17th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Christian Gonzalez, defensive back, Oregon.
He's done it again, ladies and gentlemen.
That's what I was. Man,
he's done it again.
We were gonna get your boy.
Yep.
No,
I'm very unhappy about this.
Now I want him.
He's awesome.
Now I want him.
Like this is the Ash Thompson's opinion. The best cornerback in the NFL draft just went at number 17 after several other cornerbacks.
Right.
Like, how does he keep getting away with this? Man, like, you can't keep getting away with this.
40-yard dash, 4.38, height 6'1", 197 in weight, 32-inch arm length, 9.5-inch hands, and my guy, 4 interceptions in 2022. Excellent man-to-man cover corner in the classic sense. Doesn't matter the matchup, he can hold his own one-on-one. From who? Emory Hunt. There you go.
Yep.
Spicy.
Yeah, like,
and this year,
what is he going to do against DK Metcalf? The answer is compete with DK Metcalf physically.
Right.
You know?
Yep.
I have to give another quick yell out, shout out, yell out, scream out, out to Brian Burkheiser from I Prevail. Make sure you go check out I Prevail and all their stuff. Get their tickets. I'm going to see them in Orlando. I'm sorry, at Daytona when they're at the Speedway, and have a lot of good time there. That's going to be a pretty cool way to see him. Check out I Prevail.
Can't wait till I live somewhere people go.
iPrevailBand.com. Buy their stuff, check their stuff out. Brian's awesome. And I only say that, I mean, he gave us a super chat of a gajillion dollars, but he's a really, really genuinely cool dude. And they play great music, great people. I just want to give him another shout out for helping us out, because he doesn't have to, and he does, because he's a great guy.
Real quick, with the Lions on the clock, they've burned more than 4 minutes to submit their pick. Are they setting up another trade?
New record.
No, they're making up for any fines they may have assessed themselves in previous years for screaming that pick up to the front. Oh man. What about JSN?
All right.
Let me just throw this one.
The level of meltdown, if they go offense at 12 and 18, is going to be.
I'm here for it.
But they got 32, 48, 58 all starters. I'm like, cornerback is deep. If you want to go corner, that's fine. Defensive, I think you can find some good tackle. I think you can find the people you need in that space. I would also just for people, because they're gonna go offense, I think, in tomorrow, I would keep your eye out. The Cody Mox sweepstakes is on for the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
I am telling you.
At 34 it is. Oh, yeah.
I am telling you, watch. There you go. there's a little dusty.
Well, the thing is, they signed enough free agents on defense that the idea that they needed to just go defense for this entire draft was destroyed. Like, they filled all those spots. You know what I mean? There's not a bad starter except maybe at 3-tech. You know what I mean? And even that, they could just push Lim McNeil over there and make somebody else be the nose guy, and then they're probably fine. You know?
Scott Johnson, the Lions will eventually trade enough to get the first 32 picks in 2025. Can you imagine? What a way to build a team. That would be spectacular.
The thing about JSN, my question about JSN is he's a little bit of a hat on hat for Saint in terms of his role in the offense. You know, just, and I know they say they don't bring the depth chart and they just want talent, but you're going to have, you got a guy that's got that spot in the offense pretty locked down. I don't know that he brings you enough in other directions to warrant taking him in the first.
Yeah.
And if you're just matching body type play style, like Johnston would make more sense because like Reynolds is gone next year. So you kind of need somebody to take that role. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think Johnston is good. I'll just throw that caveat out there. Like, he can't catch. He's not fast. He's not physical. That's Josh Reynolds.
Corey Johnson with the ultimate troll. Darnell Washington for the Lions fan implosion.
I'd hate it.
Imagine a tight end. Oh my God. Don Burr, you're right. The mock drafts have been crap this year. But
pick is in.
Pick is in. Nobody
pick is in.
Nobody has known what was going on. The people that have told you they know and didn't, I am telling you, those are the people to write off. Those are the liars. They were just taking a guess and going all in. Don't go with the people who told you they knew and are wrong.
Because go with the people that don't know anything.
Yeah.
Go with the guy who told you he wasn't even going to win his own Slack chats.
The people that were honest about it. Eventually, if you only go with the people that are honest, you're going to find people that actually know what they're talking about that happen to be honest too. You have to cut off the chaff somehow, and the chaff is the people that told you absolutely Will Levis is going number 1. Well, here it is. Lions are up. Is Will Levis going to Detroit?
Yeah. All you see now is Will Levis getting conciliatory hugs from his mom.
Yeah.
He's turning into the Aaron Rodgers green room.
Michael, really, who hasn't gotten conciliatory hugs from Will Levis's mom?
Wow. I didn't realize we were going to.
Will Levis, your mother is a whore.
Will Levis, he's the one person who hasn't gotten one.
Hopefully we don't pick him now, or that soundbite is unfortunate.
Oh my God.
So I will give a little thing. We are lined up to have a Lions draft pick interview post draft. We've got that set up. If Will's pick, I guarantee it will not be him.
Just as long as I'm not there, you're probably fine. Like, will we have an allegation from one of our hosts?
Chris, shut up till after the pick. Shut up till after the pick, Chris. Stop talking. God dang it.
No more press passes ever. Who do you guys want here? Like what would you guys like to see happen right now?
Man, do they
defense?
Do they think Nolan Smith is a guy that can find a role for? You know, that's a question that only Aaron Glenn can answer.
Elijah Cansey's up, folks. Let's if they go there, I might
should have taken him at 6.
Yeah. Miles Murphy.
Top 10 everything but between the ears.
Oh,
Keon White went so early. Brian Brisset.
I hate him.
I know. Zay Flowers. There we go. I like Zay.
Yeah,
I like Quentin Johnson. I like Quentin Johnson more than Zay Flowers. This is crazy. This is really not going.
This is the branch region.
Branch.
Yeah.
Branch.
Yeah.
There it is.
Yeah.
I've been pounding the table for that guy for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm trying to find someone I'd love here that isn't already gone.
Well, we're gonna find out.
I like Branch.
I think we got
find out who they love.
Rolling his crazy. Oh God. There's Crack, man.
I'm hoping it's someone I'm not thinking of who just you hear it and you're like, oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense.
Crack, man, Mike Crackchiola is a guy that you absolutely want to follow on the Facebook. If you do Facebook, his stuff is hilarious. Crack, man. He's the Lions super fan with the construction helmet you see all the time. He is absolutely fantastic. He is funny about Lions stuff. He's passionate, and frankly, he's absolutely insane. Let's go Goodell and see who the Detroit Lions pick with 18 overall. Here we go.
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jack Campbell, linebacker.
Yes, that's exactly the kind of thing I was hoping for.
Oh,
all right.
A very good football player.
I'm confused, but I'm not.
Chris, I'm told that they don't value the linebacker position.
I know. That's what I was told.
Wait. We have to acknowledge that after months and months and months of what you do in the first round of the draft, the Lions have gone running back, off-ball backer in back-to-back first-round picks. Jeff Risdon is going to commit seppuku. All right?
Oh, yeah.
We got to find Riz. He needs a hug. He needs a hug.
Lucas, you're right. He's lighting himself on fire right now. You got a 45 or 40-yard dash, a 4.65, height of 6.5 feet, or 6'5", weight 249, arm length of 31 7/8, hands of 10 1/4. Emery Hunt says for such a taller, bigger inside linebacker, he has fluid hips and movement skills and pass coverage. Solid tackler. I'll tell you this much: the Lions could absolutely. Is this your Anzalone kind of coverage guy, the guy that you actually, well, not Anzalone, but the guy that you want as a linebacker to be actually able to cover your tight ends, your slot guys? Is this that kind of linebacker, Ash? Is Jack Campbell the guy that's going to be able to give you that with those hips?
Yes, and everything else, but not like the crazy athletic guys. You know what I mean? Like, he's not running down the field with, who's the guy Atlanta took number 3?
Sorry, Riz's gout is out of control right now. Thank you, Aaron.
I was hoping that would come up tonight. Nothing I love more than talking about bodily maladies. Yep. We need a channel for that in the Slack. Basically, he's going to be able. Jack Campbell can do everything. You know what I mean? He's like your Madden player that has a 90 rating and just has a 90 at everything. You know? Not like a 99 at some things and 70s at other things. Like he's a good football player. That's what they just drafted, is a guy who can play football.
Michael, I'm going to run away and think about this. I need you to tell me, why did we just pick this linebacker? Riz has brainwashed me that no linebacker can ever go in the first round. And Jack Campbell is a guy I haven't spent much time with. 100, like in full honesty, I'm confused more than anything. I don't know what to think right here about Jack Campbell.
Well, I think we've learned a couple of things. One, we've learned who in Detroit is soon to be out of a job. Barnes probably just lost a job just now.
Yep.
That just happened because Anzalone, Rodriguez, and Jack Campbell are going to be your starting 3. The other thing, and this is a question, I wanted to get with Risdon on this offline and I never got a chance to. Last year, when they changed to the 2-backer set, Aaron Glenn said, and I'm paraphrasing because I'm pulling this from my memory, which should never be trusted. Aaron Glenn said that was personnel based, that he wanted to go with the guys that made plays. So he was putting 2 linebackers on the field, not necessarily because he wanted to have 2 linebackers and run a 4-2-5, but because he knew he didn't have 3 linebackers on the roster that he could put out there. They brought back Reeves-Maben. They signed Anzalone to the extension, and now they draft a linebacker. Just like they did in the cornerback position, just like they've done now at the running back position. Now they've done it with the linebacker position. They're telling you who's leaving. Like they're telling you who's out of a job, and they're telling them that too. So
Buccaneers selection coming up. Cansey.
Yeah, there's Cansey. And
all right,
Woo! He won't be there at 34. No temptations there. And
yeah, as you were saying, like Kelvin Shepherd said everything preseason. He was begging literally anyone other than Malcolm Rodriguez to just not be terrible. All you had to do was not be awful and just do what he asked you to do. And like Davis would have been the starter if he was capable of just doing what was asked. You know what I mean? And that's my thing with Jack Campbell is like, what do you want him to do? He can do it. He may not be the best in the NFL at any of it ever, but he's your AJ Hawk. That's how he's not your crazy high impact guy, but he'll start for you for 10 years.
That was my question. At his ceiling, could he be Urlacher? Is he good enough to do that?
Yeah, like Urlacher was he's athletic enough that if you don't think he's athletic, it's because he's white. His athletic numbers are fine. You know what I mean? Like for a linebacker in the NFL, his all his combine stuff is great. You know what I mean?
He's a gym rat. He's a try-hard guy. He's all effort.
Exactly. Yeah. If that's your
Blue
take
collar.
on Jack Campbell, I don't believe you actually watched any of the games. Because Lucas Van Ness was on that defense. Jack Campbell was the best player on that defense. You know what I mean? Just doesn't play the position to get you drafted that high.
I missed. So Tampa Bay. Sorry, Tampa took for Kalijah Cansey. I missed that, didn't I? I apologize. Yes. Thank you for recovering for me, gentlemen. I'm glad Tampa got him instead of us. Thank you, Ash. Your information, I can hear it in the background. On Jack Campbell is great. I'm glad that you spent the time on it because I had no thinking on him at all. Like he was off my radar.
I'm the guy that thinks linebacker lives matter because if you have two great linebackers, you don't need to play a third.
Your point, and that's the Lions' defense, right?
Yeah.
Well, and this is what we talked about while you were gone, Chris.
Yeah. Go
ahead. I'm not sure they put two backers out there by design. I think they put two backers out there because they knew they didn't have three.
Yeah.
And so now you've got Anzalone until further notice. You've got Malcolm Rodriguez in his second year, and the Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell administration just told you that it was such a need that they were willing to burn a first-round pick on a backer they think they can put out there for 3 downs. Somebody just put it up. I can't read the name, but Campbell is a modern Spielman. That would be a nice little comp.
That was a
Spielman would do this defense so good.
Yeah.
No, right. He's the guy who will be the middle linebacker in the future.
That's a great point, Michael, about them playing 2 linebackers because they had to.
Against Carolina,
the damage,
example.
The damage was less because your cornerbacks were better than your linebackers. I mean, that was the choice. That's what you're trading, right?
The corners were trash.
No. But you're trading a corner for a linebacker, right? And you're taking a lesser of 2 evils. And that's what they did. Now, I think the Lions defense is schemed to be a 2 linebacker defense, right? But that also was what gave them the best opportunity with the talent they had. This is interesting. I like what they've done here. It bolsters, even if they stick with what they had before, this bolsters what they had. And hopefully, I mean, again, I don't know what Jack Campbell's going to bring. I am super interested in training camp to really, really see him on the field. I'm going to go back and watch a lot of film because I admittedly didn't watch a lot of Jack Campbell stuff. I
have bad news for you there. That means you're going to have to watch Iowa football, and that's a crime to the eyeballs. It's bad.
Yeah.
I watched a lot of Iowa football last year. It's a tough watch. It's a lot of 9-8 type games in Iowa football. It's woof.
Ooh, but that's linebacker central, baby. 9-8 is where linebackers shine.
Linebackers and tight ends. And I'll say this, man, if you think about that Carolina game, it's all well and good to say that you're a 2 linebacker base and you want to run nickel a lot because that's the type of offenses you're running up against until you go to Charlotte and Carolina runs for 5,000 yards and 14 touchdowns because you don't have anybody after they get past Aiden Hutchinson that can stop a running back. And that's what this guy is. He's going to get up there and smack somebody.
Let me ask you a question, Ash, because Straight Lions Talk comes in with, they took 2 players you're not supposed to use round 1 draft capital on, but breaking rules, but they've drafted 2 starters. This is kind of the best player available versus the need versus you have a lot of pieces in place, which is different for the Lions than every year prior. Any year prior to this in the last 2 decades, best player available would have been a need, right? you're in a little bit of a different spot now. Talk to me about this pick and best player available versus filling needs with what we're doing here, Ash.
Well, the way I'd put it is this. Who won the Super Bowl last year?
Not Philadelphia.
Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
Kansas City Chiefs. What round did they draft Clive Edwards-Helaire in? Round 1.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me you can't draft a running back in the first round. Tell me why. How does that make sense? It doesn't. You know what I mean?
The problem is that the running back that won him the Super Bowl pushed Edwards-Helaire out of a job, and I think they took him in round 7.
Absolutely.
So
that's what I'm saying. If you're telling me that this is a calamity you need to be upset and minging all offseason about, no one pick matters that much. If the guy's good, who cares where you took him? I was told Amon-Ra St. Brown couldn't possibly be a good receiver because we drafted him in the 4th round. You know what I mean? This was a literal thing a person said to me who was going to be in the Slack bitching about this pick for the next 6 months.
Don't talk about Kenyon that way. This is interesting because the reality.
It's actually not him.
I know. I'm it's always Rail on Kenyon Day, right? God. Goodell's coming out, and I love you, Kenyon. Don't take this. He doesn't even hear us. He's actually at the draft right now. Let's get Goodell on as they talk about the Seahawks
there in person.
Yeah. It's interesting because the reality is after the draft, the evaluation is, oh, these guys got such a value. Oh, these guys reached. Oh, this was okay. Cool. Day 1 draft grades. Call me in 3 years, right? And then all of a sudden it's different. I'm whelmed. I'm whelmed by Campbell. I'm whelmed, and it's because of my ignorance, because I haven't spent time on him. I'm 100% on that, but I don't know that linebacker or Campbell is where I would land, and I'm willing to be convinced that I can be convinced, but right now I'm just like, I have a lot to learn.
Well, and again, I go back to what I was saying a minute ago. What have we learned? Now, Brad Holmes in 3 years has made 5 first-round draft picks, and he's looking for studs wherever they are. You know, I said this in the Slack. I feel like we got to write positional value in the SpongeBob font with all the weird capitalization. Positional value. The bottom line is, if Jack Campbell, like what Ash said in his initial evaluation, if he played for the Lions for 10 years, no one's going to give him drafted. No one's going to care. 10-year starter and a bell cow in the middle of that defense running the linebacking core, then no one's going to look back and go, yeah, but they should have waited. Could have had somebody else. Like, that's not how that's going to work. He's the best linebacker in this draft on most boards. So you just got the number 1 off-ball linebacker. The problem is you did it after you took the number 2 running back on most boards. Like, none of this makes sense. But Brad Holmes is going to come out with a lot of confidence, and that poor desk is going to need to file a protection order because he's been beating the snot out of it all night.
Hodges is right. This is a pick is in for the Seahawks. This is just unexpected. But this entire draft has been unexpected. Again, the mocks have been out the freaking door. They've been crazy. Nobody knew what was going to happen. And Jack Campbell fits exactly with the whole totality of the rest of this draft. Goodell's coming up. Jameson Hennessy, love you, brother. I'm going to put you up. I love both prospects, but regardless of position.
Our champions of growing the game of football at the youth and high school levels.
Goodell.
Joining me on stage are local boys tackle football players and local girls flag players who are pioneers in flag football growth. These young men and women embody the NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers.
He's drunk.
Now
I'm telling you, Goodell is drunk every time in the draft, or he's got a close set of drink.
Uribe. Go ahead, Bethany.
With the 20th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson Njigba, wide receiver, Ohio State.
Wow. Okay, so
JSN.
Yeah. Well, first and foremost, she didn't say the Smith. She went with a hard one, right? Jackson Smith and Jigba. I've been worried because of my Oruwariye pronunciations that I'm going to F this one up. This has been like radioactive for me, but she just went with Jackson and Jigba. Good for her. This guy, I feel like I would have liked him at 18. Michael.
But like I said, with him in Detroit, hat on hat. You already have Jackson Smith and Jigba. His name is Amon-Ra St. Brown. You have to have a hyphenated name to play the position. So, you already have that guy. I don't think he brings anything to this offense. Now, he will in Seattle, where they can get a lot of use out of him with DK Metcalf playing the opposite side.
Ashton?
Yeah. And well, like, he's a slot guy. That's all he is. That's all you've seen him do is play out of the slot. You know what I mean? So, like, unless we're going to go run and shoot, which, okay, that'd be cool, but we just drafted a running back, so we're obviously not going that direction.
Right.
You know?
Hey, we had Barry for the run and shoot. Come on.
It's just one of those things where, like, you have a jacket and you're not wearing a shirt and you go buy a second jacket. That's what drafting Jackson Smith and Jigba would be. Like, you could design something so him and Amon-Ra St. Brown were on the field at the same time. It wouldn't be problematic. They're both very good players. He probably can play on the outside. He was just playing with 2 outside receiver first-round draft picks last year. We probably would have seen him do it a lot this year if he had not been injured the entire time.
Hattori Hanzo. Yeah, there's other places I venture on these interwebs with rational people, and they're melting down over Gibbs. Can you imagine? So, like, I'm thinking Braden Coombs again, Ash. You know where I am with this, right? Mm-hmm. But it's like, okay, take Gibbs, but you add Campbell, right? And 100%, I guarantee if I haven't done a whole lot of work on Campbell, people have done none, right? And the reaction is, Braden Coombs, the same thing, right? God, I'm so glad I have you guys here, Michael. Here we are. Seattle. You're a Seattle guy. Are they killing the draft? Are they actually going to come murder everybody this year again?
Well, the Witherspoon pick took me off guard because they've still got big questions up front on that D-line. I know they've been active in free agency, but they've got to address that at some point. It's only day one, and we all know that we go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs for the first round and then forget, like, oh yeah, there's 6 more of these things coming up and some of these players are going to matter. So the Devin Witherspoon pick is an interesting one to throw him in there with Tariq Woolen and that secondary. Jackson Smith and Jigba leaves Ohio State where he had 2 all-world guys on the outside. He goes to Seattle where he's going to have 2 all-world guys outside. He can slide right into a very comfortable position. He's going to give them a guy who's going to be a wonderful security blanket for that offense. And they're another team like Detroit. They want to run the football. They want K9 to punch you in the face until you say uncle. That's what Pete Carroll wants to do. And now he's just added a weapon, quite frankly, that'll help him do it. So yeah, and we play Seattle, right? I mean, the Lions, I say we,
yes,
I hate
we
it
do.
when people do that. The Lions play Seattle this year. And so we're going to get a chance to see whether or not they really needed that guy up front in the defense, because guess what? When Detroit plays the Seahawks, they're going to run at them. So maybe Jalen Carter is missing and Devin Witherspoon doesn't do him as much good. I haven't seen the schedule yet, obviously, but if it's after week 6, got to imagine whatever number Jamison Williams is in, he's on the field running, you hope running riot back there. So, I think the Seahawks have done okay. That I'm mystified by the Witherspoon pick. We all loved him, right? Everybody wanted him in Detroit.
Well, no, a lot of people said he was a reach at 6. That's the thing that's killing me is he was picked at 5, and everyone's it's a reach at 6. I hope we don't pick him. The anti-Witherspoon people, they're the people that were out on Witherspoon, said that he was no good at 6, and yet he went at 5 with what can be pretty much termed a competent front office.
Well, and this is the other thing I think, and it's tough for everybody, myself included. I'm a lifelong Lions fan, and I haven't mentally adjusted to the notion that this team is competently run for one, and that the roster is intact. They come into this draft without a glaring, glowing, Japanese air raid siren of a need. And so, this is what we say about the Ravens every year. Every year, the goddamn Ravens make a pick, and everybody's like, duh, that's so Raven. They just got another good player. And it doesn't matter who they pick. They could go in the first round and take a long snapper, and they'd be like, that John Harbaugh's a genius. Because they've just been able to make it work. But that's what's happening now. You start to see a team that, when they say term luxury pick got thrown around, which is just dumb because there's no such thing.
Yeah.
Are you getting football players, or are you not getting football players? Lions have 2 football players right now with extra picks coming up, and 3 more tomorrow. Three in the second round. It's going to be nuts.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Unless you're going to give me a specific guy at a super high profile position that they should have taken instead of, I don't want to hear it. You know what I mean? Like, this draft isn't good. You know what I mean? That is universally proclaimed across.
Here's the pick for the
With the
Chargers.
21st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston, wide receiver, TCU.
There you go, Quentin Johnson.
That's a good play for him.
Type.
Yep. Yeah. God, Herbert's gonna love that. And Lombardi out and having a real defensive coordinator, they become a real threat in the AFC.
I fall for the Chargers every year. I'm like a Chargers truther. Every year I look at their roster and I'm like, they're going to be something this year. And then every year they trip on their shoelaces and they look stupid. And I'm not falling for it again. And Quentin Johnson, a guy who can't catch a football but runs fast, doesn't help him.
That's watch all of these highlights they're showing on the NFL Network, and every single one of those hits him in the shoulder plate.
Andrew,
the one downside, really.
I think I've said this a couple times, but you're asking why not Campbell. It's because I haven't watched enough film. He's absolutely unexpected for me, and that's why I'm asking Ash and Mike for their evaluations of Campbell, because I don't know whether to be overwhelmed or underwhelmed on Campbell right now. I just haven't spent enough time with him. I am not out on him, or not saying not Campbell, but I'm saying a lot of people right now elsewhere are crazy on the Gibbs pick negatively. And now this, because they're kind of a similar position that I am, that Campbell came out of the blue, they're just flipping out. I look back, though, nobody knew who Kirby Joseph or James Mitchell was. Mitchell was hurt, but Malcolm Rodriguez, people kind of liked, oh, this is interesting, until Hard Knocks, and then everybody threw all in on Rodriguez. I think there's a whole lot of people that this scouting staff and Holmes does work on, that draft nicks, mock drafters, all these people that are doing their time out there don't do the time on. And I'm being honest with you. I didn't do the time. I know Ash has looked at him. I know Ash has watched him. I know Michael has done the time and looking at these guys a lot more than I have. And that's why I'm asking. I'm not out. I'm just a little bit confused on this pick.
And here's what I'll say. I was having this conversation in the Slack earlier this week with the linebackers specifically. When you take Malcolm Rodriguez and you find a guy in the 6th who plays as well as he did, you still find out by the end of the year he was in the 6th for a reason, and it's because he's got some physical limitations. He's a liability in the passing game. Going downhill, wrapping up, gator rolling running backs, he can do it all day. The minute he's got to come out and cover somebody coming out of the backfield, he's useless. He just can't do it. If you want a guy that's going to be that dude, you can't just grab anybody from anywhere and put them in that situation. Putting Campbell in this defense and the way that they selected him, where they selected him, tells you that they saw the same need. By the end of the year, they saw the same deficiencies at linebacker. Alex Anzalone's not getting a year or a day younger. And if you're Barnes, pack your stuff. It's over. Like, they tried, it didn't work out. You're not going to develop into the guy they needed. And they just went to a dude in the first round that they are going to put in. He will be a starter from day one in that linebacking core. And Malcolm Rodriguez now is going to have to fight for his time.
All right. Let me really quick get Jack Campbell's press conference in here. As the picks come in, we'll get back to those on the NFL. We have Jack Campbell from the Detroit Lions, the new Detroit Lion. He's got some media out there with Detroit Lions. Let's see what he has to say. As we come in and go, Jackie.
Jack, congratulations.
Thank you.
Curious, can you just tell me about the conversations you had with Detroit and maybe how you connected with the leadership through that process?
Yeah, I mean, I had the opportunity to have a formal interview with him at the combine, and I thought it went very well. The whole coaching staff, especially Coach Shep, which is going to be my position coach now, just outstanding guys, and I feel like great human beings and great leaders, and that's something I'm excited to play for guys like that, especially Coach Campbell, what he's done to the culture. I feel like in Detroit. I'm just kind of excited to step foot in there and be the best version of Jack Campbell I can be every single day. So,
Chris, you mind killing me for a second?
Where did you think you were going to be drafted, or who did you think you were going to be drafted by?
Honestly, man, right now I'm just living in the moment, and I'm a Detroit Lion, and that's the only thing that matters to me. I'm so proud. To be able to represent this organization on the highest stage, man. I'm so excited to step foot in the building and get ready to work. So everything kind of flew out the window, and I'm a Lion, and that's the only thing that matters. And I'm so damn proud to be a Lion. So
you're a Butt Kiss Award winner too, just so you know.
Jack, congratulations again on the selection. Just take me back to that meeting with them in the combine, that formal interview. Was that just X's and O's, and how much did you like that conversation with the Lions, just talking ball, and what did you take from that 15 minutes?
Oh, what I took from it is, man, those guys are all about football, and perform at the highest level, and that's something that I love. And I kind of just stepped foot in there and talked X's and O's, but they also just asked about me as a human being, my family, the people who are around me, Iowa. And man, I'm so appreciative to be able to represent Iowa moving forward. But at the same time, I'm so excited to get into Detroit, where I know it's only about football, and football is the only thing that matters. And I'm gonna go in there and just try to learn from the veterans and learn from this coaching staff, and let's put Detroit where they belong. So.
Hey, Jack, Matt Broder from Woodward Sports. Congratulations and welcome to Detroit. What's something unique you believe you can bring to the defense that's much improving from last year?
I just feel like I'm going to bring Jack Campbell. For me, just a humble guy, ready to learn. When I step foot on the field, man, I'm going to give it everything I got, every single snap. And I just feel like that's what you got in me. A good human being who's always going to put his teammates first. And come in there ready to work, ask no questions, roll up my sleeves, get the job done, no matter how long it takes. I'm just excited to be in Detroit, and man, I'm just ready. I'm honestly just ready to get there right now. So I'm super appreciative just for the opportunity, first and foremost. So.
Congratulations, Jack. Can you tell us what you did today and just what you've been doing as you've been watching the first round of the draft?
Yeah, it was hard to sleep last night, but I've just been back home in Cedar Falls, Iowa, with my closest family members. Just kind of kept it small, low key. Kind of just want to enjoy it. Just kind of who I am as a person. But I mean, I've just been spending the day just messing around outside. I don't know. I kind of was just anxious, so I was just kind of moving around and couldn't sit still, and just being around the people who have gotten me to this point. And I wouldn't be here without them today. And I also wouldn't be here without Jesus Christ in my life, my Lord and Savior. So.
A couple more for Jack. All right.
More here.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Jack. We'll see you tomorrow.
Right.
Thank you, guys.
There you go. All right, that's the Jack Campbell interview. Right. We've got Ash back, and there's a Gibbs interview I can get up on here very shortly as well.
Keep seeing this dumb thing being written in the chat that Jack Campbell isn't athletic. Jack Campbell has a relative athletic score of 9.98.
That's not athletic.
It's a lot.
He's not a 10. What are you talking about?
And they keep saying he's slow. His 40-yard dash is the lowest score on that list, yes, but it is still a 7.9 out of 10. Like, he's faster than
By the
almost
way,
80% of the other linebackers who've ever been tested.
Zay Flowers goes
Zay
to the
Flowers
Ravens.
just went to the Ravens.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Gray. I did that to you.
No, it's all right.
Unintentionally. Zay Flowers to the Ravens. Do you guys want to hear from Jamir Gibbs? Do you want to hear his interview?
Hit me.
Yeah.
All right, I can do it. Give me a second. I got to get it queued because nobody cues this stuff for us. We have to do it ourselves. Okay.
Earn your money, Chris. Come on now.
I'm trying. Come on. Where's Ben to help hook us up?
By the way, did we cover the fact that Lamar?
We had great conversations, knowing how versatile I was, how different ways they could use me, and how like different ways they can give me the ball too. So yeah, all the conversations we had was great. Really got along with the coach as well. And the emotions? Yeah, I feel great. Didn't know I was gonna get picked as high as I did, because running backs don't really get picked as high.
His head
in this year, in this like new age, like new era of the NFL draft. But yeah, it was pretty shocking to me. But I'm grateful for the city of Detroit.
His head's the size of a linebacker. He's going to murder people just with his head alone. He's in his garage. You have to.
I can't hear that. I can't hear him.
I can't hear him either.
Oh, good. We couldn't either.
I'm going to talk until they can get their audio fixed. This is a
Hey,
Detroit
Jamir, sorry
Lions.
about that.
Well,
you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Just what your thoughts of joining Detroit's offense? I mean, finished fourth in the league last year. Threw for 4,000 yards, rushed for 2,000 yards. Was really dynamic. Just what you think you can bring to the mix here in Detroit?
Yeah, I just think I could bring a lot of things to the city of Detroit. They have great playmakers on the team already, and I'm around St. Brown, D. Swift, J-Mo, quarterback Jared Goff. He's a vet. He knows what he's doing. Everybody knows what they're doing. And I just think I could bring another element to that team, and we could be the best offense in the league.
What's up, man? How you doing? It's Eric Williard. Welcome to Detroit. I'm here from ESPN.
Appreciate it.
But you talked about, not knowing that you would get as picked as high as running back. I guess what does that mean to you to get picked that high for the general manager and his team to have that much faith in you to add you into the mix with what they already have as well?
I appreciate the owner, the coaching staff for having that trust in me. I'm going to do everything in my power for the city of Detroit, for our football team to, live up to the expectations.
Jamir, Ronnie Duncan, CBS Detroit. When you look it over in the landscape, was this the perfect fit for you, for your type of running, your skill?
Yeah, I think it's a great fit for me. They, how they use Swift. They put him in the slot sometimes too, and obviously he's in the backfield a lot as well. I just think I'll be, however, I'll come in and whatever role they have me in, I think I'll just, I'll excel in that.
Larry Lage from the Associated Press. When did you think you were going to get drafted, or who did you think was going to draft you?
I thought like in the 20s. That's where we usually are. So like running back. So, I was still
top 12 now.
Just talking to my friends. Then the call hit me, and I was shocked. But I thought the 20s really.
Jamir Gibbs. Still talking, interview.
Jamir, you mentioned Jameson Williams. Obviously, you know him and played with him. How well do you think you guys complement each other? And it looks like a lot of speed on the Lions now.
And with me and him both in the field, I just think it would just be a dynamic piece.
I'm glad it's not just my technical problems. This is a multi-billion-dollar information organization.
Wait, you say that again?
Oh, see.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that last answer. Would you mind repeating it?
I said speed kills. With me and J-Mo both in the field, it's like kind of pick your poison. Like, what do you want to do? Because we could both make explosive plays in the pass game and the run game. So.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thanks, Jamir.
Right.
See you tomorrow.
There you go.
Thank you.
Can we talk for just 1 second about holding the Detroit sports media accountable for some of the dumbass questions they ask these kids? Like, did you think Detroit was the perfect team for you? No, I was hoping to play somewhere else, but it's not my choice. How do you even answer that question? That's not a question.
This is my thing, man. This is
I get really frustrated.
I go back to I laugh about it, the fedora with the little press card, right? But that was real journalism. They're letting idiots in the pool now, and the questions are bad, and they don't give you anything. Just watch the press conference yourself. The questions don't raise any new information.
No.
And what's odd is, here's the part that's weird. People laugh, but we actually bring real information because we have people inside the organization we talk to. And that's what journalism used to be. You would build a relationship with somebody, and you would have questions, and you would get information about them as a person. You would get information about the team. You would have off the record conversations. That was it. No one that sits there. They're stenographers now. All they do is take down what they're told.
So bad.
There's no information new. The idea of having a credential is literally a joke. It's not what it meant before. And it's unfortunate because you see it in these situations. It's very, very obvious that it's almost meaningless. And we've been credentialed.
There's a bunch of stuff. It's gonna happen again. What do you like about this? Those kind of questions. Real quick housekeeping, because the Vikings are about to make their pick.
Yep.
We didn't cover the fact that the Ravens, right before we went into that, they took Zay Flowers, but at 7:30 they signed Lamar Jackson to a 5-year deal for $185 million or whatever it is. So
great point.
So they locked up their quarterback. They got him a wide receiver to go with Odell Beckham Jr. And I'm going to do the thing I was just making fun of people for doing. That's so Raven. So they just go ahead and do the things that they do. And now the pick is in for the Vikings, so we can hate on Minnesota.
Yeah, I'm gonna BRB on Ash because I think he's frozen. I think we've lost. Oh no, he's back now. Just as I did that, he's back.
Gosh, you guys were talking. I'm just gonna let you have the air for a bit.
He was the Adonis.
He just
I'm
took a nap.
Verifying something that I think was a stupid question, and I just wanted to look it up before I talked about it. But the actual dumb thing to talk about there was how Gibbs and Jamo played together when they didn't, because Gibbs just transferred in this year.
Shh! Don't make dumb people look dumber. Ben Cavella,
Remember
thank
when
you.
Jamo was there and you were at Georgia Tech? Was that fun?
Ben Cavella again. Here you go, Chris. We're getting there. We'll figure this shit out yet. Who says money can't buy happiness? Nobody. That's why you're there for $100 in the super chat. That's why everybody should be super chatting. Drinking for dollars is coming up soon. Get your dollars ready. Ben, thank you so much for that super chat. Appreciate you, brother. All right, Vikings pick is in. Will Levis is on the board. Is this where it happens? Is this where it happens? The former number 1 projected pick, Will Levis, is on the board now at 23, falling right into the Vikings' lap. They're here.
What about Hendon Hooker?
No. They're here to swoop up. Well, Hendon Hooker is interesting because they do like older, mediocre quarterbacks. But no. Levis is falling into their lap. They could sign a mediocre quarterback to a long-term deal for a decade. Think about that, Michael. This is right in the wheelhouse of the Minnesota Vikings.
Well, a quarterback makes a lot of sense for
2023 NFL Draft. The Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison, wide receiver, USC.
A good pick. That's actually a good pick.
Okay.
So good he got a quarterback drafted in the first round last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kenny Pickett owes him a thank you steak or something.
Yo. With that, I don't like this. I don't like this pick at all. This is a awful pick for my personal taste in players
for Detroit.
Lions fans.
Well, you know what? All of those free agent cornerbacks going to earn their paycheck when they play Minnesota.
Yep.
Lions fans who are out on this draft, we have toasters available. head on over to fanatics.detroitlionspodcast.com. They have Lions branded toasters. If you want to go down, if you want to pull it into the hot tub with you, that is where to get it. People will know why you toasted the hot tub, why you toasted the bathtub with your Detroit Lions toaster. Go to fanatics.detroitlionspodcast.com, and I don't think I can. Actually, I think I might get sued for that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Just get a toaster and make toast. It's good. Bread is good, especially when it's toasted bread. Do that,
Delicious
but don't
toast.
ever take your toaster near liquid because that's bad for you. I think that's where we need to go. But if you're in a hot tub, no, I'm
bad
sorry.
for you. They don't mix. They don't mix.
Yep.
Oh my God, people! Like, how do they
so-
get so worked up about this? It's the
There's
Lions.
some guy in the chat right now going, "He would have been there later," and it's like, dude, shut up. You don't know. You don't know. You're getting upset about something you actually have zero information about. Relax, man.
Well, and people will have the toughest time getting over paradigms, and everybody's been telling them, including us, including all of us. Well, you're not going to see running backs that early. You're not going to see linebackers that early, and then you get both, back to back in 6 picks. So everybody's going to have to get. It's just this is a different deal, man.
Ben, oh my God, this guy, he's been killing me all night. He's up near Waters Meat. Do you know? I don't know if you know, Michael. You're just a Montana, Western Michigan guy. Waters Meat is up in the far, far west. It's like a half hour north of Land O'Lakes, Wisconsin, like where they make the butter and all this shit. Right?
You forget that I went to college in the UP, bud.
Oh yeah.
I'm from all over.
Waters Meat is my place. Like that's like my UP home.
Yeah.
I spent hours out like in a woods. Like I mean in a woods there, right? And all of a sudden I got a Waters Meat invite. Dude, this is like flow back to wow. All right. Good. All right. Sorry. We got the Giants on for 4:57. That means they're pick 24. Did anybody happen to catch? We got Quentin Johnson went to the Chargers at 21. We have the Baltimore Ravens, who also signed
Zay Flowers.
Who also signed what's their quarterback?
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, that guy. Zay Flowers and Lamar Jackson. We have Jordan Addison to the Minnesota Vikings. Jacksonville on the clock. Who did they pick? Did anyone see who Jacksonville got before? Because the Giants pick is in.
Jacksonville's coming up after the Giants.
Oh,
Giants and
everything's
Jacksonville.
around.
Yeah, Giants pick is in. Yeah.
Communicating to the truck. Communicating to the truck. We have a reversal.
The Jägermeister's kicking in.
No, I'm not controlling that. That's the smarter half. She's probably chasing a garbage can down the street right now. That's okay. All right,
Woman's going to throw her back out carrying you through life, bud.
Yeah, well, I'm not the only one. We can enlist the pair, and maybe they'll make a cart for the pair for us to haul our bodies. Thunder Smith, and I want to say your name because it's one of the best names. Hey, these guys are both starters. They have elite football and off-field character. These are safe picks. Both will be good. That's undeniable. How good compared to the guys we passed on remains to be seen. And this is the thing, Michael, we've talked about this, where you're stuck at 6. No one wants to trade at you. Oh, it's a reach. They reached for this guy. They got a guy that should have gone at 9.
Right.
The value proposition doesn't necessarily work exactly how you want it to when you're drafting in the NFL and in the normal draft. And then also, you might value people differently than all the jamokes out there who are doing their mock drafts. Because look, we do a mock draft and I see craziness in response. You could put 143 players in the first, 143 players second, on down the line. Everybody's got a different. The whole response thing. Where are you? I mean, let's just stop now and say, where are you with the Lions in relation to the rest of the NFL in the picks that they've made?
Well, there are a couple of different things that you have to consider. One is what you believe Brad Holmes is as a general manager. We've seen him high-fiving people's shoulders out of socket for now 3 straight seasons. And when he does that, you get Aiden Hutchinson, you get Penei Sewell, you get Jamison Williams, you get these guys that we all know become superstars. He's doing it again with Jamir Gibbs. The thing with Gibbs that everybody's going to have to remind themselves that's lost in the moment is that it's not Jamir Gibbs, it's Jamir Gibbs and whoever they take at 34. Because you've got to remember what they picked up, minus the fourth round pick. But tomorrow, early in the second round, they're going to pick another player. So they went from 6 when Witherspoon vanished at 5, they turned around and made money. You'll never go broke making a profit. And so now you get a premier running back and whatever happens at 34. So, that's one of those things that I think gets lost in that instant reaction where you're freaking out about taking a running back too high, despite the fact that Bijan went at, don't look now, 8. Yeah. The whole league is changing. Yeah. Things are right under your feet. It's happening. And they're right there with their finger on the pulse of this thing. They just enjoy offense with an amazing playmaker.
Yep. I want to really quick go to Ash, and I want to ask you this question because Kelvin Shepard, linebackers coach of the Detroit Lions, said, damn, that's going to be hard to top right there when he talked about the Jack Campbell pick. Reaction from fans, reaction from the team, choice of the team. Talk about the gap there.
Well, fans are dumb. like just to call it what it is.
I didn't expect such a dose of reality. Thank you.
Fans are stupid and mindless, and they are sheep. You know what I mean? It is what it is. And I'm a fan. You know what I mean? I'm just a relatively self-aware fan that knows, when it comes to, do I know more than Brad Holmes? The answer is no.
Let me get Goodell here. Sorry.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 24th pick to the New York Giants.
What happened? Okay.
With the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deonte Banks, defensive back, Maryland.
That's a good pick. I think that's a solid pick.
Yeah.
Player.
Yep.
That's a dude I would have liked at 34, man. I was kind of hoping he'd slip through the cracks.
Yep.
I like him a lot.
I think
I watched that Maryland team they got some guys.
I think he's a guy that's going to prove his value higher than where he was picked. Right. And that's kind of one of the things you think about about draft picks. Okay, you reach for him, but whatever. Here's where he is today. But then where does he prove himself as he plays? And I'll go back to you, Ash, because we kind of cut you short. Well, Goodell cut you short. I'm just here for the ride, right? But you see guys that prove their draft position wrong. Amon-Ra, he's a great example. He had a whole list of people that were picked before him, and he's working that list. He's notching his way up that list. And I think Banks might be one of those kind of guys.
Yeah, 100%. This is a guy that just he's got skills. You know what I mean? If you want a good football player, Deonte Banks is a good football player. If we had drafted him, I would have been super happy about that. You know what I mean? Just good guy, got skills, really athletic.
Yeah. No, he was a guy that I honestly thought they would give a hard look at 18 for all of those reasons. Yep. I think as a scheme fit, his skill set, the fact that you get the sense, just from the coaching he got at Maryland and everything else in his career, that his best football is yet to come. Once a couple of some coaches who really know how to get the most out of their players get a hold of him, and now he's gonna have that with the Giants. That coaching staff kind of knows what they're doing in there. So,
yeah, they definitely proved that this year. They definitely got some blood from stone.
Right. Yeah. They were making a lot of chicken salad this year, man. It's just Saquon and they made it work.
Yep. Yeah. So, Brian Dable is a very good coach. That is nuts.
Nope. Yeah, he's a dude. He was one that as I was looking at this list, and that was one of the ones, I'm almost afraid because I don't want to speak it into existence. I'm almost afraid to give the names now of the guys that I'm hoping can slip and come down the line and maybe be there now that 34 is right there.
Yep.
because and I see what I don't know is whether or not the league is counting 34 as the actual 34 as in 33 teams, or are they counting one of those as forfeited because of Miami, so that's actually the 33rd pick. I don't know how that works just yet because I've seen it counted different ways.
Like the pick that was forfeited doesn't exist is how the NFL does it.
To build out
pick 32 is the first pick of the second round this year.
Right.
To build out the scroll, I had to figure out how they were going to deal with this. And this was like, this is the silly kind of stuff you have to do in the background to get the production ready, right? Does it exist? Do you list Miami as forfeited, or is the 17th or the 21st pick somebody else, right? And I went to kind of consensus and we worked out the same. It just doesn't exist. So there's only 31 picks in the first round. And it makes sense because since 21 didn't happen, whoever was 22nd, and I forget who it was off the top of my head, but whoever was 22nd just gets the 21st pick because that's the 21st person that's chosen in the draft. So it was a weird math problem to try to figure out, and then to figure out how the media and the NFL is going to deal with it was even more. I liked the idea of having 21 and the word forfeited for Miami because, hey, look, you can't just take a cruise with Tom Brady and get away with it.
Oh,
yes.
All right. Pick is in for the Bills.
Pick
25.
Bills.
We're about
picks.
2 picks away from drinking for dollars.
The Bills probably would have taken Campbell.
Yeah, that's probably
like they lost both their inside linebackers. This is probably as far as he would have fallen.
That's 100%. And no one would have said boo. No one would have said a thing about it. Buffalo takes him at 25, makes perfect sense. He'll slide right into the defense. And this is where the draft coverage gets a little nutty. Because you take a guy at 25, he makes perfect sense and everybody's fine with it. You take him at 18 and people want to burn the place to the ground because you're a heretic and you're out of your mind. And this is part of the equity that a good franchise builds in. You get the benefit of the doubt when you don't suck for 67 straight years. And you understand they got to stop shooting Will Levis on a couch full of blonde women. It's just like
it hurts.
It's tough, man. That's like, stop doing that to the guy. Just get the camera off of him. What's he gonna do?
Here's part of the problem too, and this is I think where part of the break is for Lions fans. You got 34. You wake up and go. Right. I mean, it's you might as well be at the end of the first round here. You may as well think about you have another pick. Whoever picks 32 is going to affect what you do first thing, right? You're now whittling away at the picks that you traded for. And who's your guy at 34? Ash, I mean, I know you've got a big board. There's that couch full of blonde women again. Ash, you have a board full of people. What are you hoping falls from the 28 to 34 range? Who's the guy that you're looking for the Lions with this newly acquired pick?
Well, the thing is, there's just like a whole bunch of like the same level of player between here and about 50. You know what I mean? Like there's just a lot of guys who are very good. You know what I mean? Like I would not be unhappy if we use that pick on just looking at my list here, trying to find a guy like Musgrave as an example.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like first round tight ends, terrible idea. Not really, like none of them ever work out, just to be honest. But like a guy like Luke Musgrave, like second round pick, if that didn't work out, who cares? You know what I mean? And then we would have literally the worst positional value picks
Fifth pick
in the history of the NFL.
To the Buffalo Bills.
Sorry, it's Goodell, not me.
With the 25th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid, tight end, Utah.
All right.
He went later than I thought.
Mistake. Literally just went over what a terrible idea this is. And if you look at the history, not a single first round tight end since the year 2000 has been good. Or great. You know what I mean? Like what you expect out of a first round pick.
But if you're Buffalo, Chris, you don't need anything but a tight end. You need a break, Michael?
No, yeah.
I'm just going to jump up and I'm going to see if I can fix my lighting so it looks like I'm in less of a hostage situation here.
Blink 3 times if it's okay.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, I'll put it on.
That's fair.
Diane Henley is a linebacker, and that is interesting about the Campbell pick. I don't think that they cross streams in the Ghostbusters terms because Diane Henley is a safety linebacker combo. He played safety and worked his way to linebacker. I think Henley, and I think he's third-ish, 4th round kind of a guy. You can tell me I'm wrong, Ash. I'm working from the top of my head here. I want him
nearly as good.
No,
like I like him. Yeah,
his
like in that range. Really
and
good
what
player
he does
in that range.
and what he does could add a lot to the Detroit Lions, right?
Yep.
That's
if
I think
they wanted that guy.
Yeah.
But we've seen no evidence that they do. They haven't drafted or signed well, I guess they signed Chris Board, thinking he might kind of be that guy. So maybe they do want one. They just hadn't found one at the area they were willing to pick yet. But
they know.
Like, I think Campbell and Anzalone are your guys. If you bring in a third linebacker, it's Rodrigo because it's a running situation.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like I would guess that that's the plan for this year.
Yep, bringing Mike back in.
I mean?
Yep, 100%. Woo! People calling our draft an F already. I'm fine. It's the winds of silliness. I watched us pick Mike Williams. I was at Ford Field for that pick and the draft party.
Oh, no.
I watched us pick Joey Harrington. I've seen these things. I've experienced them. People calling this an F or an F minus just are not.
Tell me you don't know anything about football without telling me you don't know anything about football.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, you've got to remember the $1 billion machine that feeds football fans. It's no different than what feeds, people watching television news. They've been told for 6 months that you don't draft a running back in the first round. They've been told for 6 months that you don't draft a linebacker in the first round. The Lions did both those things. Again, the positional value argument has never made sense to me. Getting a football player, getting a starter, getting a star, that matters. And the other thing that's changed, and we're all going to have to come around to it, is the Lions are a good football team. The Lions are a good football team. Say it with me. You got to speak it into existence. The Lions are a good football team. And they got better today.
Yep.
They're better. They got a better running back room. They got a better linebacker room. They're better today.
Are they better enough to make their way to the playoffs versus last year with this team?
Yeah,
they were 1 game away last year.
I know. I'm asking.
They were 200 yards and 200 rushing yards and a half performance away from the playoffs last year.
Right.
Right. They took the thing to fix the problem.
Right. And when you watch the thing that strikes me about Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell with the moves they've made thus far, and it's still young, they're still new in their relative positions, is that when they address problems, they make sense. We all watched that secondary last year and the year before. It was ass. And they went out and they signed everybody they could in free agency. Long-term and short-term fits. They knew they needed to flood the zone with regards to the secondary. The linebackers, I know Risden and I have that argument about Anzalone. I know he got better, but that's partially because he couldn't get worse.
PFF didn't like him.
Neither did I. I don't read a lot of PFF.
Somewhere in the middle of those two things.
I watched Anzalone a lot, and I cussed a lot. And it got better. Everything got better as that defensive line started to come together. Even Malcolm Rodriguez being exposed, minimized the effects of that.
Can I hit 2 things from the fan side, Michael? I hate to jump in, but number one, the mantra from everybody who had different drafts and different favorites in the mock drafts, the mantra was trust Brad Holmes. Trust Brad Holmes. I trust Brad Holmes.
Right.
Now no one trusts Brad Holmes. Now they're all, no, oh my God, F. And then The other part of this is we can look at this draft and all these mock draft people, the smartest people in the media room, the Tom Kowalski, which I think Tom is rolling, to be honest with you, but in the media rooms around the league made their mock drafts, and they looked absolutely nothing like the people that make millions of dollars to make these decisions, right? And people, I think, might be welded to the decisions their favorite mock drafters told them versus what the people that make millions of dollars made decisions around. And it's almost like everybody in the first 10 picks were different than what the guys who are just speculating on the outside had. And so can you move yourself as a fan from, I read this for 6 months, this guy is absolutely the number 3 pick, to he's not even been picked yet, and there's a lot of blonde women sitting around him, right? I mean, can you move that and accept that? Can you get yourself to that position?
The first time Jamir Gibbs breaks through the line and takes 145 to the end zone. That's what it's going to take. And I think that's the thing. Like all of these coaches, you know, when you heard the clips from Campbell and his post pick media scrum there, and talking about they love football and I love football, and you know he's got quotes. Campbell has quotes about wanting the green dot because he wants to be the one to get tobacco juice spit in his eye when something screws up. He wants to raise his hand to be the first one in line. Like, okay, well, we get why they picked you now. It makes sense. You know, culture, this guy that's all about ball and all about production. You know, they have a type. They don't, as we've learned now, have a positional type. You know, through two drafts, you see big guys. You see, that's what I thought. I did a whole video on it. Like, well, what do we know? We know they take big guys. So look for Tyree, look for Will Anderson, look for maybe Jalen Carter, look for somebody like that, because they're going to build up front, because they don't take off-ball linebackers. And, well, turns out they do. We just didn't know it yet because they only did it twice. They've only got 2. Howie Roseman's got a bunch of drafts.
Mozzie Smith.
Defensive
tackle.
Oh,
Michigan.
To the
That was one of 2 guys that were actually going to be my answer for your question earlier. We got cut off by a draft pick. The other guy's Keanu Benton.
Mozzie's a dude. Mozzie's a guy that's got scary athleticism, and I've got real doubts as to whether or not he's shown everything he can be in the league based on what he was asked to do in Ann Arbor. They didn't ask him to do all of the wrecking that he'll be asked to do in Dallas. Yikes! I think he's
that's gonna be gross.
Michael, that is
so gross.
Such a smart take because Michigan doesn't ask enough of those people. Ash, set it up, because I'm not going to articulate it as well as you. Mozzie was not asked to do the things that Mozzie does best in Michigan. He was asked to play Michigan ball. Well, not knocking Michigan ball, right? They made top 4, right. But Mozzie could even
different job,
right? Yeah. Ash, talk to that.
Different job. Please. Look no further than Rashawn Gary.
Michael,
look at Rashawn Gary.
Yep.
Same kind of guy, not as big but more athletic. Was asked to do Mozzie's job in Michigan. Went to Green Bay. Took him a couple of years to learn the new job as regarded by the NFL, and he's kind of a problem.
Ash,
so
I mean it this time.
Yeah, like that's the thing. When you're looking at tape, you're not looking at what was a guy asked to do and can he do that. You know what I mean? You're looking at what does this guy project as an NFL player, and this is 120% a Lim McNeil. Is basically what we're looking at here. Like, same situation where what he was asked to do in college is not what he's going to be great at in the NFL. So you're like, okay, they drafted a nose tackle. Like, okay, again, tell me you didn't watch a single down of football that this man played without telling me you didn't watch a single down of football that this man played. This is an explosive athlete. It's like, I know you guys maybe have seen the meme where the guy is riding a skateboard and he does this like crazy flip and he lands and it's this pudgy dude and he's like, that's what male athletic performance looks like. This is that. You know what I mean? For a guy who is that size, this is as athletic and explosive as you can be at that size. With like Davis last year's freakish nightmare combine performance aside.
All right.
I have
I have to hit a couple of things. Sorry. I'm the time and temp guy. I have to do this. I apologize. Great conversation. Slew Shark, thank you so much for this super chat. You are the rock and roll star. But Pat D again with 100 boners coming in. Funny how quickly some are questioning Brad's cooking. I love Ash's fan comment. We are stupid and lack awareness. LOL. I'm happy with the picks. You're all great. 4 picks tomorrow. And that's huge. These are all starters. 4 starters tomorrow. Let's go. DTOLQB. Question. Chris, sorry to your liver. Drink up, brother. There we go. Whew. That's a lot. Okay. Also, a couple ones coming in. Ryan Sturdivus. Great show, guys. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate the super chat. You are a rock and roll star yourself. And diabetic war slug. I think I'm going to adopt that name. Do we make a move for Porter Jr. to end this round? Okay. I'm going to pause before I ask that question and pose that question to you guys because the Jags pick is in. It's 27. Starting at 27, drinking for dollars is in. Every $15 we raise via super chat, once the Jacksonville pick is in, I will slam for 1 second out of the big bottle the Jägermeister. We see it every year. It's crazy. Last year it was like 45 seconds. So $15 per second. I will put down the Jägermeister for the drinking for dollars. You guys, if you want to start now, just start now. That's fine. I'll go for it. That's where we're at. Okay. Drinking for dollars starts now. I have another 5th. This one was just for the pre-gaming. And you'll see me open it. It's all real. So there we go. Jaguars are in. Lions are the Lions. We've handled the time and temperature stuff that we had to. We moved up 50 to move down 6. Ash, talk about the value of the trades we have. Talk about what we might do at 34, please.
All right. When you're looking at what was traded, we moved down 6 spots and moved up 50. You know what I mean? Like that's. Yeah.
I did all this nice
talk about rules.
I prevail.
Greatest band of all time, man. I don't even remember what I was saying now. That's
I'm sorry.
I like to watch people hurt you. That's the real reason I'm still involved in this podcast. Is watching your pain amuses me to no end.
This is the part. Brian rolls in. Why did I say nice things? Why? Okay. All right. Go ahead. $50 a second. We're good. I can drink that. I'm good.
Totally forget what I was saying.
34. What's left, and what are the Lions going to do, and why?
Well, what hole do we have left? What do they need? We need a defensive tackle. Keanu Benton is absolutely 100% a Dan Campbell guy. If I were picking one person in this draft who will end up a Detroit Lion, that's the guy.
Interesting.
And he's shown very clearly he doesn't care about your positional value rankings.
They just keep switching out the women that are on Will Levis's couch. There's a new girl just showed up in a red dress. She's not even blonde.
He's got rotating
escorts. You got a harem of ladies.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Sorry. Josh.
Maybe he's not mad that he's waiting in the green room this time. His night's getting better.
Oh, I got
in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Anton Harrison, tackle, Oklahoma.
All right. Josh Brew, thank you for the $150. That takes us to $250. I've got it all added up. I'll do the $15 math in a minute. I don't even want to know how much drinking I have to do already.
What did he? I missed the amount.
$150.
We'll get in there.
We're at $250, and I have to divide that by 15. I'm not doing the division yet. I don't want to know.
Well, that's. I mean, the 150 is
one
easy,
of those guys
right?
is a rock star and just got outdone by some regular schmo. That's all I'm saying there.
Which probably means he should double down.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You know,
right.
Like if we're going
to want to take
liver,
that kind
let's do this, Brian.
Right. Cirrhosis by midnight, or we failed.
Yeah.
Burkheiser,
Let's
I
wreck
think
some
they're
TVs
throwing
here,
the
my
challenge flag, bro. It's not me. I'm just regurgitating what they said, but they're saying you should really throw more down. I'm just okay. Ignore the check liver light. Thank you, Ben. I'm completely off the rails. I forgot what we were talking about. All I know is my liver is
what to do at 34.
Yes.
What's left?
Thank you, Michael.
Who's left? All of those questions. They still need long-term answers in the secondary. So much of what they did this year with free agency are one-year deals. Mosley, maybe he gets re-signed, but I mean, you heard Brad Holmes like, well, and when he gets his bag next year, like he slipped a little bit. Like, I mean, if he signs somewhere else, they're not going to pay him to stay. They're not going to play Gardner Johnson to stay, and they have every intention of setting those guys up for huge contracts elsewhere. So they're going to need somebody because they've only got 2 guys under contract beyond 2023. So that's another thing.
Fix everything tool that's still waiting to be put in the box.
Right.
Jameson.
And
sorry, I'm just counting
the
liver dollars. Jameson comes up.
Yeah, Branch is still on the board, and I have tried not to say his name out loud because I feel like I'm going to manifest him to another team.
Fair enough. Yeah, I guess that's as soon as we recognize it, it's gone.
Yeah, the Bengals took Dax Hill last year, so they probably won't.
Let me scrub everything off the board and ask you, because there's a question in the chat. Jameson, thank you for the $100 hit in the face. Porter at 34, Joey Porter Jr. Let me ask you guys, cornerback. We've kind of plucked up on cornerback. Oh no, we traded Okudah away. Is this a guy? Is Porter a guy that we want to bring in since we have a couple of 1-year contracts? And this is the guy that's going to help us push over the top? Is this a guy we can grow? Cornerback is a position that takes 2 to 3 years to grow. You give him a year on the bench. It's a lot like quarterback talk, right? You give him time to grow like you would with Anthony Richardson. Is that what we want to do? Is Joey Porter a real option at 34? And Matt Cook, don't be hungover tomorrow for $100. Thank you. Nothing.
Woo.
How do you feel about the play style of Will Harris?
Not great.
Is my answer to the Joey Porter question. He is in the exact right spot, and then the guy catches the ball in front of him and he tackles him. And to be like perfectly blunt about it, Joey Porter does everything you want a corner to do except touch the ball.
And it looks like Miles Murphy has gone to the Bengals.
I missed that. Sorry.
Yeah, that's gonna go okay.
I will not be hungover tomorrow. I will discuss, though, if the whole bottle is up. I will drink the whole bottle. That's what I've been commanded to do. Tillman from Tennessee, Tim Calloway. This is a sensible man. Tim, thank you, sir, for your $20 addition at the super chat.
So when does this start? I'm still. You're doing a lot of talking, but not a lot of drinking.
I'm at 470 right now. I'm just tallying everything, and then I'll roll it back all in a big pop at like 30 or 31. We'll see how it goes. We're at 470 right now.
That's 31. If you divide 470 by 15, that's 31.
No problem. I got it. It's Jägermeister, because Jägermeister has 56 selected botanicals. These aren't just regular botanicals like gin. Gin is just botanical, whatever. This is selected botanicals. Brian, I knew I shouldn't have taunted him.
There you go, Brian.
6:16 left in the New Orleans Saints. Anton Harrison picked by Jacksonville last. I don't know what Cincinnati has done yet. Brian rolls in with, I feel bad for your liver. Also, any chance we snag Hendon Hooker tomorrow if he's on the board? No, he's older, but seems a guy we could take a chance on now that we have an extra second. Ooh, that is such. This is.
I would rather take him in the second than the first.
Yeah,
if I'm being honest about Hooker.
So where in the second? Because we're like
Oh, any of them. I'd take him in with that first pick. That's fine. Like the Hooker is my QB. I want to say 3 is where I had him ranked.
Any of them is fine, but where? Where?
Yep. You got 34, 48, and 55.
If you like him, go 34. Because somebody's going to take him. You know what I mean?
I'll go out on
like
a
the
limb
reason
and say they're not.
Go ahead.
I said I'll go out on a limb and say they're not. I don't think. Yeah, that it's just a weird fit.
Yeah, I'm not calling it. You know what I mean?
Right.
But with him, like he's a backup plan for if Goff comes in and says, "Well, all these guys got 50, I want 60," and you're like,
but you're right.
Go get it, kid.
You're right, but also if Goff goes down, he is Goff. Once he plays, you don't have to switch.
Just
around.
Not this year.
Yeah, right. But you don't have to switch.
All he can do right now is hit a wide open receiver.
Right. If you land Goff for 43, which is going to be the rate with the increasing salary cap, Goff for 43. Hooker in the backdrop is remember Sean Hill back in the day? He was the perfect backup quarterback. He was the best backup in the league. Hendon Hooker is that. I honestly believe that. And we go from what we've had as a backup, which is the boiled ass of the league, to this, right? So this is good. I have to go really quick. Brian, I feel bad for your liver. Thank you, Brian. I love you, brother. And I'm going to make you drink when we see each other in Daytona. Ryan Sturdivant, thank you. One more won't hurt at this point. And also, Bradley Christensen, I want to remind you, he became a member of the channel. Thank you, sir, for your support. Hit me up, ChrisDetroitLionsPodcast.com. It's weird how YouTube handles membership, but you get access to the Slack. So get me an email, and I will get you into the Slack, and you can enjoy the most intelligent Lions chat on the internet, except for what Michael brings. We just he's our special.
Well, I'll dumb it up. Yeah, no, like dumb like you read about.
Man.
Well, here's the thing, and I go back to conversations that I had. I was very, very lucky in my time in Seattle to get to know John Clayton, God rest. And the guy kept databases on everything. I mean, he had more. It's the old cliche. He forgot more than I'll ever know, and that's an absolute truth. But he and I had a long conversation about backup quarterbacks. He said, on the whole, good backup quarterbacks will win you 50% of the games they start. So if you start them 6, they're going to go 3-3. The good ones, the good backups.
Yeah.
So do you believe you've got that guy? Do you believe you've got a guy in Hendon Hooker who, if you had 6 games, could win you 3? Because if you don't, move on. Because ultimately, that's what you have to have. And the Lions haven't been close to that since Dan Campbell got to town. The 3 guys they had combined couldn't have won you 3 games. So it's been bad. And that's something that absolutely has to get addressed. Obviously, I think Jared Goff, like any other starting quarterback in any other contending team, if he goes down for an extended period of time, you put a fork in the season. And that's true of every team that you would think is going to contend for a playoff spot. But they still have to have in a shorter intermediate, unless you've got a Geno Smith and you just don't know. They've got to have a better plan back for sure.
Oh, yeah, or Brock Purdy, but your plan can't be to get a Brock Purdy.
Well, no, and
it just worked.
Don't look now. That was their plan C. That was the break glass in case of everybody's dead, and Brock Purdy comes out and ends up being the starter.
Yeah, Brock Purdy is such a great NFL story. Go ahead.
The only reason I like Hooker for the Lions specifically is because he's a guy who will hit an open receiver if he knows that receiver is going to be open. And Brad Johnson is a guy who is going to get, by design, receivers open.
But by the time he plays, Brad Johnson's probably not here. Ben Johnson, rather. Sorry, I said
Ben.
Brad Johnson.
I don't buy that yet.
I don't remember.
I don't buy that. I'm just going to say.
I know you're still clinging to the Ben Johnson's going to keep turning down prettier girls for us.
But he already did, and I don't think people don't understand.
They're not prettier. They're just willing to fuck them.
Here we go.
With the 29th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Brian Brzee, defensive tackle, Clemson.
I just want to say Ben Johnson's a virgin. That's all I have to say.
And the man is being selective. Yeah. Yeah, this is the worst pick of the first round, bar none.
Wow. Really?
Yeah.
Really?
They just drafted a guy who gets pulled on every goal line and red zone situation for players that aren't going to get drafted. Period. End of sentence. He's good 10% of the plays. And that's what makes the highlight reels, and that's what drives people having said at the beginning of this process he was a top 5 pick.
I have to reiterate drinking for dollars because, again, time and temp. Michael's isn't familiar with that. I've got $535 for drinking, but I have $50 for a water break, and I don't know how to work this. Do I take 50 away from the 535? Do I take a break in the middle? What's the battle? $15 per second. It's all straight Jaeger every year. It's a tradition because there's 56 botanicals. It's healthy. Good for your soul. I'm going to get a week's worth of fruits and vegetables in what we do here. Hit the super chat and let us know what you think. And thanks, Ben, for the $50 to take a water break. I just don't know when to take that. I'm confused about water.
I feel like you're stalling. We're on pick 30. There's only 31, bud.
Yeah, no, around 30. Oh, there is. Well, you see, there's usually 32. So usually 31, I would do it. Let's get 30 in. Once 30 is landed, I will knock out the drinking for dollars. What's 535? I guess I have to do it. Oh my god. 535. I just was told I'm slurring already. 36 seconds.
35.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is cakewalk. You guys are dragging. I can't help our listeners are weak.
We need to do this in phases every 10 picks next year. Like the drinking for dollars for picks 1 through 10, then 11 through 20, then again 20 through 32.
I would totally be on board if I had somebody to produce the show. Like somebody else to click the buttons. 100% in. 100% in.
Coward.
Yeah, totally in. Unfortunately, somebody has to be in charge around here.
And it does get sloppy once he starts doing that.
So let me ask you guys. This is a more psychological question. You're Levis. You see him. They're going to him now.
He's on TV again.
Yeah, he's got a whole different set of women around him. Yeah, you're not picked in the first round, basically at this point.
No, he's not going to happen. He's not going to Philly or Kansas City.
Unless someone trades up for him. That's the only possible interesting thing that could happen in these next 2 picks.
Right.
So now let me ask you this. There's 2 questions. One, you're Levis. How do you deal going forward with your career? The second question is next year, you're a draft pick who's, they're pushing you to number 1. We'll stop with the silly bullshit.
Right.
But you're a 20 or later draft pick. Why in the fuck would you even show up knowing that they're going to do that to you? Every time he's on, it's national humiliation.
Well, ask Aaron Rodgers. They did the same thing to him.
And look,
remember his green room marathon?
The ayahuasca king, right?
Johnny Manziel.
He ended up.
Yeah. Who's
Willis?
the Cleveland guy.
And
Riz is obsessed with him. Brady Quinn.
Levis should call Malik Willis to find out how to handle this awkward scenario.
Yeah, the same thing. Remember last year? I mean, it was Malik Willis donating money to a homeless person outside of the combine in Indy. They were all over him, and then he came in with the suit and everything in Vegas and looked dressed to the nines, and went in the 3rd. So
that was almost criminal what they did to that kid.
Yeah.
He had no business being there. As 8.
Who did it?
0.
Who?
I mean, your agent helps. Your agent absolutely helps set up that expectation. And there's a reason that Jamir Gibbs was sitting on his couch and when his phone rang was on the phone with someone else. I mean, he said that in the post-pick pressure. He's like, I was talking to my friends because there was no way I was going to go as high as 12. Don't look now. That's another blueprint for Lions draft picks. Over and over again, these guys get picked. They're like, I had no idea.
You know what's I just had a flash to the Senior Bowl. And the old the elephant walk where they did the weigh-in, and you saw the players in their underwear walk across the stage, and quiet room, and it was the most exposing kind of situation. Think about yourself being in front of 2,000
you're on an
mostly men in your underwear, strolling across the stage. It's got to be the most, like, the focus is on every aspect. How strong is he? How fat is he? How tall is he? How big are his hands? Everything going on in that moment, right? This is just on a national stage. And I think about it in the Senior Bowl, you had a bunch of professionals that were watching that person on stage. Well, 95% of the people were professionals that were watching the people on stage go through that. And it was awkward for everybody and difficult for everybody. But here you have Joe, you know, I got my mock draft and I know who should have gone 8. I'm going to tell you that the whole NFL is wrong guy, right? Screaming about what should or shouldn't be here. And these guys are now at a whole different level of focus on that same kind of stage. You know what I mean? With just hundreds of millions more people. That's, God.
The worst thing about that is it's not even their own opinion. Like, the people who are complaining about this, like, they've probably watched Jamir Gibbs play football. And if you have watched him play football and you say he's not good at football, you just are dumb. You know, but they, like, how many of these people have watched a single snap of Jack Campbell playing that are complaining about it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm going to go with pretty close to 0.
Dude won the Butkus Award. So somebody knows he's good at football.
Pick is in at 30. Once we get it announced here and get it on live, I will hammer my so far $535 worth of whatever, 15 seconds per or $15 per second. If you want to get some super chats in the last minute, go ahead and do it. And I will drink you for dollars. That's what we do. All right. Sorry, Michael, I stepped on you there.
No, I'm looking forward to watching your entry into rehab here in a second.
It's the 8th year.
But first, it's
the 8th year.
Really hoping that the Eagles and or the Chiefs don't ruin my day here in the next couple of picks.
Yep.
Because it would be a very Eagles thing to do.
It would make so much sense. Yeah.
This is a pair of teams.
Their guy who does that job is playing right now.
Look who these guys pick, because this is a pair of teams that basically have their whole team. Right? This is what we're talking about with the Lions. Right. I don't know what we have the whole team, but we're making different picks than we used to.
KC. Joining me on stage now are some very special guests, content creators who you know from YouTube, Dude Perfect, and Jason and Travis's mom, Donna Kelsey.
No. You mean Detroit Lions podcast on YouTube, bro? Yeah. That's who the people you know.
Right?
Okay,
thank you, Roger.
Okay,
Miss Dawn, I got a question for you.
Sure.
So when you've got both boys playing in a game on TV at the same time,
right?
Okay, Travis is there, Jason's there. How in the world do you decide which game that you're going to watch?
Man, I don't know. That's really tough. I don't know. It's just tough to choose.
We had a feeling that would be the case, so we cooked up something a little bit special for you to help you break the tie. Here's the deal. We've got a custom coin with Travis and the Chiefs on one side and Jason and the Eagles on the other. If your boys are playing at the same time, all you have to do is flip it and it takes the decision out of your hand.
I'm sorry. I'm shutting it off. This is the most contrived ass shit I've ever seen. I'm bringing YouTube on. We're going to be oh, for Christ's sake. This is horrible. This is horrible. I would rather slur my words on a podcast.
They look like a skinny Jehovah's Witness version of those two twin brothers that flip houses. Like, I don't know who any of these people are.
30th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith, linebacker, Georgia.
That's the other guy they lost in free agency being replaced.
In two years, they've drafted damn near the entire Georgia defense.
Honestly, that's not a bad way to go, though. Every one of those guys is going to be a good NFL player. They didn't draft the ones that weren't. They didn't take Quay Walker.
Jalen Carter, Nakobe Dean, Nolan Smith. What's the big guy fella in the middle? I'm forgetting his name from last year.
Jordan Davis.
Jordan Davis. Man.
Yep.
All right.
So the entire front seven for Philadelphia is just chock full of dogs.
Last 60 seconds start right now for people that want to super chat drinking for dollars, $15 for every second I drink at 5:35 so far. No, I'm growing. This is 5:30. This is easy. 5:35 is easy. You guys get your super chat in and I will slam the drinking for dollars. I mean, here's the empty one. Here's the one that I have to crack. You'll hear me crack it before I drink it. All right, there you go. Drinking for dollars. It's the tradition of the Detroit Lions podcast, and it'll happen before the 5:06 pick. Are you guys happy? I mean, really, how good is it that we finally got the stream back, that we can hear the audio of the picks? It's on time. I mean, that's
made this a lot more pleasant to do.
I'm not doing the whole.
Yeah. I'm not going, do they know? Can they hear? I don't know what's happening. I knew 45 seconds ago.
That was so frustrating. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. This winds up being 36 seconds. Ben,
so
I do drink and it costs me dollars. No, I don't slam it in the stream. We'll do another pick and then we'll do a close and we'll see it start to roll in. And just as it rolls in, the stream rolls out. And then you're surprised when I show up tomorrow. What?
Like, I just want to say one thing about, like, because we're going to get accused of being the, like, pie in the sky, everything the team does is great people on this. You know what I mean? When we're looking at the first round and being happy.
Yeah.
I wrote a 1-sentence hit on every player in about the top 70 that, like, theoretically, just because I wanted to have something concrete to say about every player who might go right now. Jamir Gibbs led his team in rushing and receptions. If Bijan wasn't here, he'd be a top 20 pick, in my opinion. But the team that would do that is going to be the team that takes Bijan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Campbell, best linebacker in the draft. That is all I wrote.
Can anyone else hear Valenti's
I'm happy about
rant
this because I love
already?
these players.
Can anyone else hear Valenti's rant already? Yeah, I can hear it every day. It's the same crap. He was a big fan of Stafford, and then they started losing. He was an anti-Stafford. It's all contrived. Don't be
whatever's going to get him calls.
Please don't be manipulated.
Well, and there is that problem, and I certainly was, I saw it up close and personal my years at ESPN, and the number of executive producers that wanted to craft every conversation around essentially audio clickbait. Say something inflammatory, the phones light up, but it doesn't take any thought and it doesn't involve any knowledge. And I think most people need to know that.
Yeah.
They're not trying to bring it. Yeah, but that's not the game.
Have a real conversation. Right. No, exactly. That's not his job.
Right.
What's worse is bringing that to YouTube, because YouTube was the place where big media didn't have their foot. Anybody could compete with a blog against a newspaper, with a YouTube channel against a TV or a radio show, right? It was always, that was the place. And now media has just flooded that and gotten the algorithm favoritism. The big companies push that. That's why one of the things that I fight about it on us is Daddy didn't buy us a blog at SB Nation. We built what we do from the ground up. It's 100% honest. It's us. It's our takes, and we stand behind them. So it's a different kind of media, what we do, than what the world is. And I'm happy and proud of what we do. We could be wrong, and I don't care that we're wrong, but it's honest. That's the most important thing, is be honest. And
I'm
from
wrong
there, I don't
all
give a
the
shit.
time.
Love being wrong
all the time.
I'm the best at it. I got my tour card.
All right. Do either guys have? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna open this right now. Do either of you guys have a YouTube or the stopwatch thing on your phone?
Yeah. I'm gonna lie, but I can watch it.
Ash, you're Canadian. You can't lie. You're not allowed to.
I have demonstrably proven multiple times this offseason that the idea that Canadians are nice is absolutely 100%.
What kind of George Washington Eagle Scout thing do you think Canadians are adhering to?
Yeah.
I just need you guys to call it every 5 seconds while I slam this, because it's
start a timer.
It's 36 seconds. It's a lot. You don't need to punish me another 5 or 10. It's not fair. You wouldn't do that.
I don't feel like it's punishment. It's botanicals.
God damn you.
Yeah, we're just
don't use my words against
bro.
me. Don't tell me I'm getting my 5
You're going to get 8 servings of vegetables instead of 6. Where's the problem, bro?
Yeah, right. Where's the lie? All right. So yeah,
how many seconds?
Just remember,
don't go
35.
Slow. Yeah, 35,
and then
it's 36 really, but count them on fives,
Now,
and I will go. If you guys are honest with me, I will go the long way on the back
right.
end. Okay.
Well, before you poison yourself, the pick is in for the Chiefs, so we probably ought to.
It's probably gonna make me want to drink anyway, right?
And then basically, as soon as you say start, I'm gonna hit the start timer.
All right, last chance on the super chat to get me to drink more. $15 a second.
And just remember, right before you tip that bottle, just remember this word: mistake. Right. That's one for Ash for next year. I just want one pick to be botanicals. So,
all right. Botanicals is the word. Right. Botanicals is a safe word. Usually you want a one-syllable job, but botanicals works.
I was going to say. Tough to get that one through a ball gag, but all right.
That's code for POD. All right, let's get to this. The pick is
in. Tell me we're at the end of the round without telling me we're at the end of the round.
We haven't even done drinking for dollars yet. That's the best part. Here's the green elf ringing the bell next to Santa Claus.
You're in your own town. It shouldn't take this long to announce the pick.
Yeah,
well, they probably have an army of people back there waiting to come out and do this.
Oh, they got to have the whole team, right?
The plan is 12. Look at the clock. That's actually, come on, Michael. You know,
they're
you work in
stitching
radio.
together a brand new Hawaiian shirt for Andy Reid to wear on stage.
We've got 8 minutes in the broadcast. At noon, Scott Van Pelt's coming on. Or at midnight, Scott Van Pelt's coming on. How do we fill the next 8 minutes, right? I mean, that's exactly what's happening right now. Come on. Okay.
I will say this as a Lions
really quick.
fan,
What grade would we give? Give us a grade, Michael, and then you can tell us what Lions.
I mean, until further notice, I'm going to go with a B-. I think grades are for the record on the night of the draft.
Yeah.
But they got good players. I think they're, they've made a real clear statement about some of the guys that will not be on the roster very long. They're pretty. The thing that I think I'm heartened by the most doesn't have anything to do with the specifics of the individuals they drafted. It has to do with the fact that they are very, very clear-headed about who they have and who they don't.
Yeah.
That's the thing I think that has impressed me the most about this regime is that they are not fooling themselves into keeping a player, paying a player, re-signing a player that doesn't belong on the roster. And they've emphasized that again tonight with the guys that they've taken. They know they have deficits and where they are, and that part impresses me.
Here comes Dopey. Oh no, it's a different Dopey.
No, it's just a different. Oh look, it's our third. I want that feeling. You see all those Chiefs fans freaking out because those are their trophies. I want that. I want that feeling. I was in downtown Detroit for the Red Wings Stanley Cup parade.
So was I.
I want that feeling. Yeah. No, we were. Yeah.
Oh,
well, it was you and me and about 1.2 million people.
Yeah. We probably were picking each other's pockets. That was a good time. Thanks for coming. Promise.
Of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Felix Enrique Uzama, defensive end, Kansas State.
Cool. Good for them. All right, drinking for dollars. Are the stopwatches ready? I'm going to have you both stopwatch together, so I
got you.
Hopefully, no collusion. Right, ready? 3, 2, 1. Count them by 5.
Okay. Is it different in Canada because of metrics? Or is the seconds the same? That's 5. Okay.
10.
That's 10.
15.
15.
20.
Never heard of that kid from Kansas State. I just want to make small talk.
Whatever the next one was. Yeah. 5 seconds left.
I got
dude.
30.
Oh, he's taking his water break now.
Holy fucking, you guys were not. There was no way.
Yeah, dude, straight up.
No, 100%. When you came down, it was at 31.
Okay. All right, ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right. I'll even show you my phone. There you go. 5. Okay, keep going.
You're good.
I guess. I don't know what kind of delay you're on, but yeah, look. See?
Yeah, I guess that's the thing too.
Wouldn't do you dirty.
I wouldn't do you dirty. Yes, you would. You're the first.
I forgot whether I was at 20 or 25 and couldn't do the math fast enough backwards.
No, delusional
So real
Lions
quick-
fan. If you watch, there's 2 mouthfuls. I poured it in my mouth the first time, and my mouth got full, so I had to stop. I didn't realize that it was going to go that long, and you'll see I swallowed it all after. Here's the bottle.
All right.
There you go.
So we get to have a fun night of thinking of the best available for 34.
Yeah.
Which was
who is our pick? Who's our pick at 34?
We got a lot more to do tomorrow. Yeah.
I mean, I think for me, and this is just who I want, Branch. I think as a player and as a positional fit, like get some serious help for that secondary so that somebody's there when Gardner Johnson bounces after the 23 season.
Guys, give me 10 more seconds. And not because I'm here for the, but because I want to make sure the doubters. There's people that are actually
some people with no stake in the game talking smack about your drinking. Like,
you're right. I should not
did you
react.
pay for it?
I should not react. You're right. I should not react.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for being my guardian, Ash.
Also, the Chiefs got another player better than Tyree Wilson with pick 31, which is depressing.
So Will Levis is obviously going to the Lions at 34. This was Brad Holmes. 3D underwater backgammon. Is that it? Water.
I think it was 15D underwater backgammon.
That's what it was.
If I remember correctly. Because I run out of dimensions after 4. I don't even know what's being discussed at that point. It's too far beyond my pea-brained minuscule mind.
Oh man! See now, Kevin. He says I need to do a Ric Flair woo after the next drink for real. Flounder, he gave me an excuse. Here we go. Ready? Woo! Had to get there. There you are. It's for real, right?
So yeah, there's a lot of dudes. There are a lot of dudes on this list.
I would like his Keon White.
Yep.
He went early, right? He went crazy.
No.
early.
He's still
Keon White's still there.
Available.
Yeah, sorry.
He's one of the guys who was invited that didn't end up going in round 1.
Yep. Keon White was the guy that we actually tested with our mock draft, like on the scroll before the show started. That's where I got confused. And this. Sorry. Chris, in your opinion, why didn't the Lions trade up in the first? We had the capital, and there was players and 2 defensive tackles. Jalen Carter, I don't consider as even a possibility for the Lions. I think we traded back. And
literally traded out of taking him.
Yeah. The position at 6 was just an ugly position to pick for what we needed, what was available, and the quality of talent. Going back to 12 and then having 18 and then having 34, I think is far better than 6 and 18. I think 18 and 34 are going to be better picks for the Lions. Now, people are going to, dog on Campbell as a pick. And again, I'm not making a statement on that because I have to do some research on that. But I think 18 and 34 give us better value as a team for picks than number 6 did, based on how everything had fallen and what the talent available was based on what this team needs. Michael, tell me I'm a Jaeger addict and I should be on rehab.
Well, I mean, yeah, obviously. I think we've established that. But
like you should.
That has nothing to do.
Doesn't mean you're wrong. Yeah.
Right. These are not mutually exclusive. If I draw the Venn diagram, there are 0 points of intersection between that conclusion and what should happen at 34.
The Venn diagram is one circle. I get it. Okay, but just say the thing.
Total concentricity. Yeah, I think, when we're all learning about this administration, we're learning about how these guys think and how they view their roster. And, none of us expected running back, off-ball linebacker. Nobody.
No.
So we're all going to have to wait now. We all have to wait till August. We all have to wait till the preseason. We all have to wait to see if Jack Campbell is starting ahead of any of the guys currently on the roster. Then you made your defense better in the front seven. They're not done yet. And I think I'll say it again. If you missed it earlier, the Jamir Gibbs pick is going to have to be viewed as Jamir Gibbs plus whatever happens at 34, because those two things are forever tied.
Can I get ugly?
Because let's say you were going to go running back. Like, running back is the thing you wanted. Do you want Bijan Robinson or Jamir Gibbs and whoever they take at 34? If you don't think running backs are valuable, you want Jamir Gibbs and the other guy.
Right.
Right. Like,
and that's.
Let me get ugly.
That becomes a question.
Let me get ugly.
Go ahead, get ugly.
Because this is what I do in Jagermeister land. JMO. Oof, an ugly second pick in the first round. The inside the building, there's concerns that it doesn't work. So much so that it came out, and I'm telling this is dust. So much so that it came out in the combine that Brad even mentioned it. Brad Holmes mentioned it, right?
Yeah,
and then
he wasn't subtle about it.
The gambling is the second, like the shot to the liver, right? That hurts. What is it about the second pick in the first round for the Lions? Is Jack Campbell the JMO pick? Is there some kind of gamble going on?
Well, you're working on a sample size of 1.
Shh. God damn it.
Okay,
I'm volunteering your ass. What? We can't be inflammatory. But the idea,
I mean, you
is,
can.
Gary's podcast tomorrow is going to be like, Kalijah Cansey was right there and you're taking off ball linebacker.
Right.
It's interesting, right? I mean, JMO was JMO. It was a risk. It was a gamble. And that's kind of where my mindset is. Is Campbell a gamble here? I don't know. I don't know that he is. I don't know.
No, I don't. No, I don't. You're from no perspectives. Is it a gamble? It might be underwhelming. I'll understand somebody who's underwhelmed.
That's not what I would have done.
As far as right, but safe it's safe in spades. So
fair.
And with that said,
players who are going to help the team win.
Right. I have to do the safe thing now. I do not have tomorrow off, and 5 a.m. comes early, my friend. So
that is fair.
I've got.
All right. Well, let's call it. The draft is over.
Take my leave.
Can you hold for 1 second while we do the close?
Sure. Yeah.
That's so sexy.
I'm ready.
Oh, can you flow the hair while we do it? Remember, don't forget us on Patreon, patreon.com/Detroit Lions podcast. Get in there, get access to the Slack. Sorry, Thomas. Chris has surpassed Goodell. I agree.
I heard it too. Also fact.
Don't forget about us. The Slack is the most intelligent Lions chat on the internet. Patreon.com/Detroit Lions podcast. $5 a month gets you access to that. Also follow us on Twitter at DET Lions Podcast, at the Michael Gray, at Mr. Tweetson, and of course DET Lions Podcast. All of us, 100% of the time, pants free. Forget about it. There ain't nothing going on with pants there. Give us a call via Skype, Detroit Lions Podcast, all one word, Detroit Lions Podcast, or call us on the Lions line at 248-782-8384, 248-RUB, you bug. Be sure to go to Detroit Lions Podcast, subscribe to the podcast, get us to come in you automatically. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to see you next time with the Detroit Lions Podcast. It's a mess. Remember, no pants, no toasters, no hot tubs, no problems, and I don't know, no picks. Because we're Detroit Lions and Reddit Connection. Thank you, guys.